Association, members of the Jamaica Technology Digital Alliance, and of course, our members of the media and all our Jamaicans who are watching at home and abroad. Good morning. I think based on the list of who is here, who is coming, you kind of know that this is a very big morning. And so we're going to try to get through the entire agenda as best as we can. And I'm going to start this morning with obviously condolences to the family of the student that was killed yesterday, who passed away yesterday at Campion College. It is never easy to hear of the death of any child anywhere. And so I do express condolences to his family and to the school family. And I know the Minister of Education will be here a little bit later, and I'm sure she also will have some words in relation to that. As you all know, Minister Clark, Nigel Clark, he resigned yesterday, effective midnight last night. There will be an announcement of a new Minister of Finance imminently from the Prime Minister. But in terms of looking at Mr. Clark's legacy, it's always important to remind everyone of that legacy, and that legacy is very much intertwined with our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, and the entire cabinet and administration and the work they've done. And some of the key achievements we could speak to on the list is unending. Our debt to GDP ratio being the lowest we've seen it in over 20 years, and we expect it to get back to the levels of the 1970s by the end of this fiscal year. Lowest unemployment rate we've ever had in Jamaica's history of 5.4%. All of these consecutive quarters of economic growth, we had a record there. And the largest salary increase to public sector workers ever seen. The expansion of PATH benefits and also unemployment insurance. The list goes on and on. We want to thank Minister Nigel Clark, no longer Minister, but Nigel Clark, for his service to Jamaica. And I have to also thank him because he was a big part of the reason I decided to come into the administration. Seeing someone else leaving private sector coming in made me know that it is possible for us to do that. And so I do thank him for his work, and obviously the work continues. But we have a very good cabinet, and we are led by an awesome Prime Minister, and I have no doubt that the work will continue, and we will get to where we have always talked about, which is prosperity for every single Jamaican. In terms of crime, I have to do this, and I will do this every week, talking about the reduction in crime numbers. It is not talked about enough. Major crimes are down 14.1%. Murders are down 19%. Those are the facts. And so when murders and major crime are going up, they made the news every single day. Now that they're going down, nobody's talking about it enough. So murders are down 19%. Major crime is down 14.1%. And this is the October 26, 2024 data, year on year. Also, the data shows that because of the work of our policemen and the JCF, we see the number of gangs moving from 600 to 150. Still too many, but that's a big decrease. And that says that our JCF is working, and a lot of the new initiatives that have been implemented are working. The last thing I will point out, because usually I have a longer list, but given everybody here today, I won't be able to go through everything, is in relation to predial larceny, which is a very important issue that affects our farmers, and not just our farmers, but it affects everybody, because our farmers are integrated into their communities. When they lose their livelihood, their families, their communities also lose. And predial larceny is a huge problem in Jamaica. And in the past week, we heard the announcement of 300 agricultural wardens to be recruited over 3 years, and they're going to patrol farms and help us to deal with this issue. And this is going to cost us money. It's going to cost $1.8 billion to do this. But it is money well spent. It is important that we protect the livelihood of our farmers. And so I'm going to stop there in terms of the good news stories and all the things that are happening in government. And I'm going to move to our first guest, who is our Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honourable Christopher Tufton.
not touch mic. Can I raise it a little bit? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Minister. And based on all the guests that you have here, it almost seems like you're having a retreat. I will make my presentation swift and accommodate some questions because I have a meeting also at 9:30. So let me just say good morning to all who are here, and in particular my colleague, Minister Mackenzie, and of course your chairperson, Minister Dana Dixon Morrison. So I've been out of the parliamentary sittings physically out because of my unfortunate incident, and that kept me out for nearly 10 weeks thereabouts. I think I limped in here one morning and did a press briefing. But generally speaking, I've had to be working remotely. So yesterday I gave an update on the things that have been happening, which normally I would do routinely, but due to the situation, I was unable to do. So that presentation should be available on our website, the ministry's website. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things and then accommodate any questions in terms of the status of healthcare. For good or bad, my presentation came in the context of the opposition's press briefing the day before, based on some comments I had made at Bustamante Hospital for Children re a particular incident. And I used the opportunity to respond. And I just want to say as a starting point that we live in a democracy where the cut and thrust of policy discussion is a good thing. And we cherish that. And there are many jurisdictions where that is either not allowed or in some instances heavily restricted. I have no issues with debating policy and policy geared towards improving the well-being of the Jamaican people. But there's a tendency, if I may venture an opinion, that as we get closer to decision making in our democracy, people sometimes tend to lose reason and logic around some of these policy discussions. And what I hear coming out of the opposition, unfortunately, sends too many mixed signals as to the seriousness of intent. And I just want to say that a number of things, unfortunately, inaccuracies, which may create a bad impression, the wrong impression in the first instance. For starters, about the procurement process. We have a law that prescribes how procurement is done. Now, I may have some issues with it, to be totally frank, because I do believe that oftentimes it is very lengthy, it's bureaucratic, and we do not achieve the results that we intend to insufficient time. And while there are provisions around emergency procurement, even that sometimes has its own hurdles that has to be crossed. So any debate around procuring using government funds, equipment or building or otherwise needs to be taken in the context of that. And I think there's a policy discussion that should be had around that process, but not a leap to suggest that somehow that process is being ignored and somehow the Ministry of Health is purchasing substandard equipment. I don't know of it. And if it is brought to my attention, I will deal with it. But I would encourage that we have a conversation more around the process than to start laying blame on all and sundry. And then the almost ludicrous comments around rapacious capitalism. We exist in a free market, and that market is guided by these processes. And I think we should be proud of it, despite its imperfections at times, because the alternative is far less perfect, which is for unilateral decisions around who gets what. And I think we should stay clear of that. That is what characterized the 70s, that era, which we have all lived to regret in many respects. And so I just want to lay that out and to say, let's discuss policy. I'm ready. We're ready to go in the context of our competitive democracy. But let's not give false narratives, false impressions, hyperbolic statements extremities, exaggerations, which only confuses the public and serves no useful end. Over the last number of months, a number of things have happened. I know Cornwall is a Achilles heel, if you will, of the government, of myself and my stewardship, because there's a lot to be said about the length of time, which is understandable. And I'm happy to report, and I said so in Parliament, that we're now in phase 3 of Cornwall. Phase 3 is the reoccupation phase, and that hopefully will offer some hope to those who may have felt like there was none at another point. In fact, we're hoping that we will start reoccupying the main building, the 10th floor building, of course. Cornwall as an institution continues to function, and a number of positives. But we're hoping that before Christmas, we'll begin to occupy that facility, starting with the administration, and then we will go into a few other areas. Let me just quickly list them. And there's a reason for dealing with administration, record keeping, the server room. The brain of the institution starts there. And so, in the wisdom of the project management team, in conceptualizing the approach to reoccupation, those were the areas that were required to be occupied first. Going into next year, first quarter, and by second quarter, the brand new A&E will be developed. And every month or every other month, you'll see more occupation of the facility. So I'm happy to report that there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's taken a while. There was a 3-year almost hiatus because of COVID. Otherwise, we'd have been there already. But nevertheless, the people of Western Jamaica and Jamaica will see a brand new Cornwall Regional Hospital. And when I say new, it is a rescoped project, which explains the cost, where every single piece of equipment and input will be new, except the concrete and mortar, which is the original 10th floor, which has been substantially overhauled. So windows, doors, tiles, ward space, beds, and all the other diagnostic equipment will be brand new, or in Jamaican parlance, new brand. And we believe that that will mean another 50 years with appropriate servicing. Beside Cornwall, Western Child and Adolescent Hospital is in a good place now. We're projecting May of next year, May, June, for its official opening, the first fully new hospital in Jamaica in 30 or plus years. And that facility will begin with an additional 300 employment to support those that will transition from Cornwall who are dealing with pediatric and adolescent care, because it will be a pediatric and adolescent hospital. And all told, Cornwall and Western Child come next year, and then a few months beyond that, we'll see some 800 beds in place at that vicinity, the largest concentration of hospital beds, 12 new operating theaters, and I could go on and on. And so that means progress. It doesn't represent crisis, as some have positioned the narrative. I want to commend the lab services at Cornwall Regional, who recently got JANAC certification, which means that the lab services at the very Cornwall Regional Hospital have gone through a series of quality standard evaluation. They did 1.7 million lab tests last year, and they are now certified to global standards. So a lot of good things are going on at Cornwall Regional, and I want to mention them myself and Minister Hill at a press brief related to that recently. Elsewhere in the build-out program, we broke ground recently, signed the contract for the Senate, the Old Harbour Health Center. All told, including new equipment, will be about 930 million, and that is part of the health system strengthening. Spanish Town Hospital, the foundation is now being dug up, and concrete, I believe, will be poured soon. That's for a 6-story, almost $50 million building. So that's started. The University Hospital of the West Indies is almost complete. Its new parking space and rerouted ring road of 270 million Jamaican dollars. And beyond that, we'll create a space for the next floor to be developed, the 6th floor Designs are complete, and we're going to market to deal with that. And in another month or so, we will sign contracts for the new St. Jago Health Center beside Spanish Town and one in Portmore. And we will announce by the
What's going on, my friend?
plans for St. and Maypen,
Yep.
both hospitals and health
man.
centers under the new health system.
I'm here listening to Jamaica
Just
House
a note,
Conference.
in a macro way, 35 billion Jamaican dollars has been allocated by this government to upgrade and modernize our healthcare infrastructure. That's not a crisis. That's going forward. And I think those who mix the narrative don't appreciate fully the efforts. And I want to thank the men and women of public health, including the project management teams, for the efforts. The second point is in modernization is the health information systems. You may recall that we had signed a contract with Cable and Wireless to connect 105 health centers and hospitals digitally, so information can flow between them and within those institutions as part of the electronic health records. I'm happy to announce that some 88% of that target has been met so far and continue. So just over 90 of those facilities are now networked. And in terms of the health record system, the software captures the patient data, stores it, and makes it readily available in real time for ease of access and a shorter time to treat with patients. Maypen Hospital is fully online, and Spanish Town is now fully online. I'm going there to officially kick that one off. They've been doing training, and simply put, because everything is about the people on the ground, it means that when you turn up at Spanish Town Hospital and you give your name and they punch that in, your entire record comes up, which gives you a much easier task on the doctors and administrators to determine what your health history is, treatment history is, medication history, what you're allergic to, and the doctors can treat in a much shorter time, as opposed to that physical file, which is always a problem. This government is modernizing public health. This is not a crisis. We are building, we are upgrading, and the people of Jamaica will benefit from that. So more to be said on that as we continue to advance the new system. In a few months, we're going to be announcing, hopefully, the results of a tender process in keeping with the government procurement rules around the leasing of diagnostic equipment. So part of the modernization has been, how do we get equipment sustainably in the health system that works? And you've heard me comment on it. Big part of the problem is that we procure these equipment in the past. We have no extended service arrangements with the suppliers. And suppliers tend to, and I'll say it, controversial as it is, store the risk of inventory and not, or not having inventory on hand in the health system, and therefore tell us that we need 2 months, a month, because they have to manufacture the part in some faraway country, or the servicer personnel have to fly in from overseas, and an essential service in the meantime is done, operating theaters included, and can't function. So we are rearranging that system where if those who are successful in providing under this lease arrangement have to come with training for servicing and routine servicing, not just when the equipment breaks down. So we're hoping over the next year or so, a much clearer path to ensuring that our CT scans or MRIs, the more complicated equipment, are not just digitized and modernized, but there is consistency of effort to support that. And the same is going to be for a number of the other moving parts, the mechanical parts in our health system. This week, the controversy that sparked these comments came out of an operating theater air conditioning system that never worked and or wasn't working. And I'm at pains to make a point that it wasn't a lack of money why the AC system wasn't working. The government issued a contract, the hospital, to the service provider. They were willing to pay for the repairs, and 6 months on, the provider could not do it. They had to terminate that contract, hire another provider, and hence the problem was where it was. The same could be said for a separate provider at Victoria Jubilee Hospital. The same could be said for another at Savlamar Hospital. We have a problem, and part of the challenge may be with us in terms of how we manage and administer. In some instances, we're not perfect, but a big part of the problem is the relationship we have with stakeholders. We're expected to have trained personnel on the ground and be able to supply parts and so on to fix some of these problems. And that's something we have to address in the next dispensation. I'll take 2 more minutes just to say that a number of our other projects are on hand, as announced, and are doing fairly well. Operation Refresh. So we unveiled a primary healthcare model because the view by all of us who have looked at the data and the analytics of the data is that we have to do more towards community healthcare and try to avoid people rushing and crowding over hospitals. So we announced in the sectoral announced in May a 1 billion program under the theme Operation Refresh, which is to address health centers that need upgrading. And there are basic things that we're going to do and have been doing. Cooler environment, so air conditioning of the waiting areas for patients to feel more comfortable. Clean bathrooms and running water. A kitchen or cafeteria for the staff. Maybe a little conference room for meeting. More comfortable environment for the doctors. Pharmacy where necessary. And we have started that process. Last week I was at Catherine Hall Health Center in West Central St. Catherine. The week before that at Adelphi. In Montego Bay also. Before that I was in St. Thomas. So we have identified about 100 health centers under this program, and the feedback so far has been good. And the idea under primary care reform is to improve the facilities for a more comfortable setting and attract more people in, but also expand the services that we offer under this new dispensation. And a primary care model document was tabled in the Parliament, which you can review. Just 2 other things, and then I'll take questions. The smaller branded program that we've had have been going on and doing well. We have done the Second Chance Smiles. That's a denture replacement program. Some 50,000 individuals have visited these facilities around this. 18,000 require some level of pre-prosthetic care, meaning some type of oral surgery. And a number of others have benefited from actual dentures. And that program is quite popular with many Jamaicans, unfortunately. Many of us choose the first option when we have a problem, oral health problem of extraction. And so we accompany that with a good oral health messaging. The New Limb, New Life, which is prosthetic replacement, 71 Jamaicans benefited $32 million under this program, diabetes being the major cause of people losing their limb. And I'm very proud to say that the Jamaica Cuban Eye Care program, since September to September this year, 1 year, they have done 1,847 surgeries, 1,192 cataract, 73 cases had to be rescheduled, largely because patients had to be treated, hypertension and so on, so had to be prepared for surgery. But the Cuban Eye Care program has seen some 21,000 Jamaicans over the 12-month period. 17 Cubans, optometrists, ophthalmologists, and 5 locals, 5 Jamaicans, and they've really been doing a good job to enhance the eye care program in Jamaica. I think I'll stop there unless you have any particular issue you want to ask. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Minister. And Naomi is here. So we will start to take the questions from the media at this time.
All right. Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. I recognize our media partners are here. Mahiri, you starting?
Morning, Minister. Mahiri is here from Nationwide News. Yesterday, when we were speaking on Nationwide at 5, we had brought up the issue of cancer screening. And you said that there were plans in place in order to procure more machines. Could you speak on how many mammogram machines we have in the country right now and what plans are in place to get more cancer screening machines in general?
All right, don't quote me, but I think we have in the public health system, if you include UWI, which is semi-public, they have, I believe, KPH, Mandeville, Cornwall Regional, I think maybe about six or so, but I could be off because I know there are plans to acquire more. Incidentally, up to 5 years ago, we didn't have, I don't think we had two. So we have made significant progress in that regard. The general issue around screening is something that we have to encourage. It's not just around cancer screening, but getting Jamaicans to know their numbers or know their health status, which is why we have the Know Your Numbers program. So we have actually gone out, I think over the last year, we did well over 150,000 different tests, not in the institutions, but taking it on the road into the town centers and the communities, where we have done a series of tests, including in some instances, not breast cancer screening, but prostate. But where there is suspicion based on general screening, we recommend persons to get screened. So I think we have to try and change that culture. People tend to go to the hospital when they're sick, not just for regular checkup. And part of that, of course, is cancer screening, because cancer rates are actually rising.
All right, Minister, I hear because we have a packed house,
Yeah.
the media will just allow the proceedings to continue.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Remember that we had the Minister of Health here to answer all of your questions. Everybody have one question. So I think what they're saying is they're good.
Yeah, or they all know how to reach me. So you can call me if you need me. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you, Minister. All right, so our next minister to come, and again, I always say this, our administration is very, very transparent, and we're here to give information to the media and to the public as best as we can. And a morning like this really does demonstrate it. When we do these post-cabinet press briefings, or ministers make themselves available to take any question from the media, and there are many this morning who are here waiting to take those questions. And so the next minister up this morning is the wonderful Robert Nesta Morgan, our Minister with responsibility for works, who's going to give you an update on the roads, which is an area that many Jamaicans have a very strong interest in. So welcome, Minister. It's good to see you here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. No, I didn't pay her to give me that compliment. And morning to everybody, morning to members of the media, and also our listening and viewing public. I'm here this morning to basically give you some updates on the Spark and Reach programs. As you know, we have two main programs going on now. The Reach program came about because of the impact of Hurricane Beryl on sections of the island, particularly the South Coast, including St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and other parishes on the South Coast. We would have allocated over about $1.5 billion thereabout to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, as well as to the National Works Agency to carry out cleaning and some rehabilitation works in various communities. The Reach is almost complete. It's about 82% complete in terms of the cleanup aspect of it. We would have focused on vector control, particularly in areas of Portmore where you have a lot of earth drains. We have focused on cleaning those to reduce mosquito population. The other aspect of Reach, which is a $3 billion program, is the road rehabilitation program, and that is currently ongoing. Prime Minister would have announced it in September, but due to consistent rains, we were not able to escalate the patching. I think in a ballpark way, we have lost probably about 60 to 80 tons of asphalt due to rain, where contractors would have gone out with a truckload of asphalt to do patching, and the rains came down and you cannot put down cold asphalt. So we had to make decisions during the period to pause the patching. I know that there are members of the public justifiably so, who are a bit concerned about the patching not moving as fast as they would like it to. But we have to ensure that it is done properly so that it does not, the patched road does not become destroyed too quickly. The REACH program goes until March. That's the patching aspect. It ends in March of next year. So we'll be doing road rehabilitation from now all the way into March. And then I can also announce this morning that the Public Investment Management Committee, which is PIMC, yesterday approved the SPARK program. I think that's something that is very significant. It was the last act of our now departed finance minister, where he ensured that the $45 billion SPARK program was approved by that entity. It will now go to the Public Procurement Committee, where we expect it will be approved, and then it will go to Infrastructure Committee and Cabinet. So we are on track for the first road to be fixed before the end of the year on SPARK. I want to mention something about SPARK that I don't think a lot of people recognize. We have condensed a 2-year procurement in about 7 months. We started the SPARK procurement in and around Prime Minister announced in March. We started about April, May, and we're now at the back end. Usually these things take about 18 to 24 months. And I think I must give credit to the National Works Agency, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, as well as the Constituency Development Fund and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the MPs and councils across the island who accommodated us in their constituencies for the consultations. They have submitted over 600 roads, community roads, to be repaired over the 2-year span of the program, which includes both total rehabilitation of roads as well as the replacement of NWC water pipes. So that's the update. We have so far had consultations in 62 of 63 constituencies. Each constituency would have submitted approximately 10 roads each. We will not be fixing all 630 roads in the first year of the SPARK program, but a significant amount will be procured. We've been having engagements with various stakeholders such as Petrojam to deal with the asphalt production, and we've been working with the presumed enterprise contractor about their alliances with the local contractors, who are very important partners in the SPARK program. So I just wanted to make those announcements. Patching continues. I want to apologize in advance to all those who go and pick up their children in the afternoon and confront asphalting team, which causes significant delays. We're trying to work as fast as possible and trying to be as non-disruptive as possible. So I want to apologize in advance for that. And that's my update, Minister Maurice Dixon. I don't think anybody have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions on the fantastic patching that's happening across the island and the roadworks that will come?
You know, my ear never had a question because I said it.
All right, there are questions.
No,
Wonderful.
There are more than one.
Wonderful.
Let's start off with Sashona this time. Good morning, ministers. Sashona Small from Liglino. Minister Morgan, there is no special legislation under which this SPARK program is going to be taking place, right? So what I want to find out, it is a big program, 2 to 3 years, $45 billion. What are the mechanisms in place to ensure that there is high level of accountability to how this money is spent?
Well, that's a very important question, and I thank you for it. The current accountability framework that exists in the government is the most robust that we have had in our history, which is why, if you look at the Integrity Commission report, the annual report, you'll see that they have examined thousands of government contracts, road contracts, building contracts, and they have not found adverse findings in any of them. The Integrity Commission has full right. The Auditor General has full right. All the government governance entities have full right to examine every single government contract that exists. What we have done, Spark was an international tender. It wasn't just a local tender. We went international to get the best companies. We would have followed the procurement rules established by the statutes that exist in Jamaica. We would have followed all the necessary governance frameworks to ensure that there is no question about fairness and equity, and there has been no question by anyone who has been involved in the Spark procurement process of any unfairness or inequity. As the program is executed based on the contract, which is now at the AG's department being reviewed by that team, the contractor will have certain obligations. The government is the owner of the contract, not the executor of the contract. The execution of the contract will be done by the enterprise contractor, who will be announced shortly, and they will be held accountable, as they are now being held accountable on the South Coast Highway improvement projects, for any defects that may occur on the project. And on the Spark, there will be a defects liability period where if they build a road and there are flaws, let's say 12 months or thereabout, they have to fix it without any cost to the country. So, new accountability mechanism, I don't think that's necessary, because the ones we have are extremely robust. They're very independent, they're very capable, as is reported on your news on a regular basis about whatever investigations are taking place. So that's basically the framework that we're working in.
Minister, thank you for that comprehensive response. I see several persons online as well just asking, so when are we seeing asphalt on the ground? Is there an update in terms of a schedule of roads that would be repaired?
So the Spark website is being finalized now. We will be publishing on the Spark website every single road that will be repaired, and a presumptive timeline as to when they will be repaired. Based on where we are in the procurement process, we just received PIMC. And you have to give credit to the Ministry of Finance. The PIMSEC, is it the PIMSEC process or the PIAB process? The PIAB process, and Minister Williams is a member of PIAB, is a very involved and long process, and the Ministry of Finance's team would have condensed it and worked overtime. It's thousands of pages of documents. The Spark is one of the biggest infrastructure projects that we have done under CAPEX in this way, and the Ministry of Finance team would have worked overtime yesterday to pass the process. Now we are now in we're almost in November. Now we go to Public Procurement Commission, which is going to take about a week. Then we have to go to Cabinet, which is going to take another week. So I expect that by the middle to the end of November, Cabinet will have the opportunity through the Infrastructure Committee to make a decision, which I suspect will be a positive decision on the execution. And I know that the enterprise contractor has the capability to move very quickly. So you will get roads being built before Christmas, long before Christmas.
Wonderful. And can you say, just my own follow-up, when will that website go live?
Probably in another 2 to 3 weeks.
Another 2 to 3 weeks. And then, of course, the public can go and look there as well. Mahiri, you have a question.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Morning, Mayor.
As I listened to your presentation, one thing did catch my ear that I want more clarity on. You said 62 out of 63 constituencies have submitted their roads. Which is the outstanding one, and what's the hold-up?
I think that we have already engaged with the member of Parliament, and to go back into the era, so I don't want to cause that member of Parliament to in the public domain. There were some challenges as it relates to the organization of the consultation. So I'm giving that member of Parliament the opportunity in an atmosphere of magnanimity and difference.
All right. Again, our media practitioners want to make sure we
the morning along. I think the AI team who is here too, I think both of them are looking forward to that. No more questions for Minister Morgan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Very much, Minister Morgan. And again, the Spark program is going to be the biggest road improvement program we've done. And as he said, we've never done things like this. We have a website where any member of the public can go and see which roads are being fixed and look at timelines. And there is just accountability built into the PIAB process. And I can say that this has been very important. The roads. I have projects in PIAB lined up and Sparks skipped them. I'm not so happy, but it is important. And for many Jamaicans, the roads are an important issue, and we've had to prioritize it through the PIAB process. And it's a good day when we hear the minister say that the Public Investment Management Committee has approved it, which means it is full speed ahead after Cabinet approves it on Monday. All right, so the next team up is one that every week I come here I'm asked about. When is the AI task force report being finalized? When is it going to be done? And so today we are going to have an update from the chair of the AI task force on that. And artificial intelligence in terms of the government is very important. AI is here. It's going nowhere. As a country, we need to be prepared for it and prepared in every single element of our society. Many of our businesses are already using AI. And we have educational institutions. And as I said, that the head of the AI Association just walked through the door. And I know at the University of the West Indies, they have invited me to some of their own hackathons. And when you see our brilliant young people using AI to solve problems that we have in Jamaica, it is amazing. And so what we have to do as a government is ensure that we're ready for what is already here and what is to come. And that's why the government decided last year to appoint an AI task force. And I have to thank Minister Morgan, who is here, and I'm publicly thanking him, because I know before the first day I came in with responsibility for digital transformation, I got a call from him saying, I was working on this AI task force thing, and I think you should get it since this is now your portfolio. And he handed over documents to me because he'd already done so much of the pre-work. And so all I needed to do was to take it forward. So I want to thank Minister Morgan. And it's nice for you to be here this morning when the AI task force is actually presenting its report. And again, this is collaboration. We collaborate like this. We get along really well in cabinet, and we love working together. And so this morning, Chris Record is going to come as the chair of the AI task force to report to you on the findings of the AI task force, its recommendations. And there's a lot of work to come, but they're going to tell you what they found very briefly, and we'll take some questions from you. Thank you. Chris Record, please welcome Chris Record.
Not touch the mic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All the protocols having been already recognized. Thank you very much. Ministers are here. I'd like to also recognize our task force members that are in the audience. I see Trevor Forrest. I see Dr. Sean Thorpe, who else is here that came in afterwards. Okay, Professor Kaur is here. And also, let me just make sure that I'm pronouncing everybody's names properly, because I don't want to make any mistake. My own member who just walked in is, let me just get this properly, is, okay, Ruth Baker Gardner, Dr. Ruth Baker Gardner here, and Dr. Professor, yes, who already mentioned you. All right, folks, okay, and also Mr. Causwell is also here. Members, thank you very much for being here. So, folks, the task force was created about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and we were given a year to do this job. In the world where artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept, but a present reality, countries around the globe are leveraging this powerful technology drive innovation, enhance economies, and improve lives. As a nation, we must not only recognize the shift, but actively position ourselves to be leaders in this transformation, leaders in the region. So today I stand before you the combination of months of research and analysis and deliberation, and a set of recommendations that not only reflect opportunities AI presents, but also addresses the challenges that we must navigate as a country. And Minister Morgan, some of those challenges you mentioned a while ago, and the length of time that some of these things take, AI can in fact shorten a fair amount of these activities if we do our work properly and allow it. So the task force document was presented to the ministry, and of course, being a digital transformation set of people, I'm just showing it here digitally, was presented to the Office of Prime Minister recently. The process was detailed. We had our various groups split into various smaller committees, where each committee delved into a certain number of thematic areas where research was done, global documents were reviewed, policies from other countries, we took a look at, and we ended up with coming together with our own perspective. So we did a SWOT analysis of the organization, of the country, and we have our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats listed in the document. And then we also then broke down our recommendations in 9 specific areas, and I'll just outline these 9 areas right now. So area number 1 is AI for innovation and economic growth. Number 2, education and workforce development. Happy that Minister is here with us. Number 3, public awareness and sensitization. 4, AI infrastructure and technology. International cooperation in AI. Number 5. 6, legal and regulatory frameworks for AI, government and industry collaboration. Number 7. And of course, there can be no AI policy document without discussion around the ethical foundations of AI. And then, of course, we ended with number 9, set of recommendations, comprehensive AI framework that needed to be put in place. So at a very high level, I will share some of the suggestions and recommendations. So each thematic area, there are challenges outlined for each of the areas, and there's a recommendations, short-term, medium-term, long-term recommendations for each of these areas. So I'll just, at a very high level, speak to the some of the recommendations coming out of the task force. The task force membership in totality consists of public sector, private sector, and of course our academic institutions. So there is feedback and experience and expertise coming from all areas. And of course, there are folks who are pro AI being good, and there are folks who are caution about the issues with AI and potential hazards. And we're not going to get into any science fiction stories, but the fact of the matter is that there was a very balanced discussion and debate as we went through our deliberations. So in terms of some very high level around our SWOT analysis, the strengths, talking about the high level of alignment with the Vision 2030, our strategic geographic location, there has to be something set for that where we are. Our growing tech ecosystem, I recognize members of the JTDA, Jamaica Technology Digital Alliance here, and youthful and tech-savvy population, yes, we are. And of course, collaborative regional efforts. One of the things that we did have a member on our committee that was connected to the UNESCO Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap document. And so there's a fair amount of taking a look at UNESCO documents that contributed. And of course, one of the things that I made sure that I had to put in there a line item that Jamaica is a cultural superpower, right? And as a result of that, how are we going to leverage AI to ensure that that remains, and that use of AI does not negate or take away? Because we're seeing all kind of fake things that are happening out there that we all know it in Jamaica, right? So we have to ensure that some of these warnings and preventions are in there. Weaknesses: digital divide, skills gap, workforce preparedness, limited research, regulatory ethical challenges, dependencies on external technology providers, as some of the weaknesses. All the opportunities are listed. We have a fair amount as a potential to drive significant economic growth, big opportunity there, public-private sector collaboration, big opportunity, international partnerships, a whole section of recommendation there. And of course, the threats, we cannot have anything around digital or technology without having listed cybersecurity risk as a threat, and of course, data privacy and data protection as some of the risk areas, ethical and social, global competitiveness, and of course, a big one that nobody likes to talk about is our general resistance to change. It's there, and it's a real situation, and we have to find the most delicate, nuanced way to deal with it. So, one of our top areas of recommendations, and I will just jump to this one because the minister is sitting right in front of me, and this is around education, right? And so, and I just read the policy issue as we wrote it down in the document. Within education, generative AI technologies have already disrupted traditional assessment methodologies as they push the boundaries of academic integrity and challenge teaching objectives. For example, allowing students to produce perfect answers without engaging the educational material. However, AI competencies can be beneficial in the workforce, providing a productivity boost in diverse sectors. While some jobs will be automated, new ones will emerge, requiring specialized AI knowledge. The Jamaica's education system must find ways to build competencies in AI literacy for both teachers and students alike without compromising the validity of student assessment, and to equip workforce with the necessary AI and STEM skills to be competitive in a global economy. So that's just the policy issue. We listed the challenges in that area. Then of course, there's a list of recommendations because it's education. I think is massively important. I just list the short-term recommendations we outlined, and those short-term include integrating AI and coding into the national curriculum for AI for all educational levels. Launch teacher training programs focused on responsible AI use and effective assessments. Now, it's not that we're in there navigating and pushing that we want every student coming out of our school system to become coders. No, what we want to happen is that everyone understands the capabilities of what these tools can give. So whichever area, whether it's farming, whether it's medical, whatever areas that they want to go into, they must know that this is a tool that they can use to enhance what they're doing and take it to the next level. So that's just one that I want to highlight and outline. I will also mention the other one around building AI infrastructure and technology. Again, our team debated and discussed the fact of the matter is that will we consider an AI product producing country, or are we going to be leveraging AI to enhance what we're already producing? So, the whole discussion is about, we might need the right infrastructure to support AI. We know what areas, many areas in Jamaica, particularly rural regions, still lack fast, reliable internet. Improving digital infrastructure, expanding broadband access, and developing data centers are essential for Jamaica to support AI technologies. So the question is, how much of that are we actually suggesting and digging into versus the others where we're actually just leveraging what exists? Some of my friends every now and then say, look, Kingston is not Jamaica. It's something that we have to remember. We have to figure out how's rural leveraging it, leverage some of these situations. And of course, ethical and regulatory framework, there has to be some recommendations and suggestions around that. To guide this responsible use, we align our recommendations with global ethical standards like the UNESCO's guidelines along AI ethics, which outline best practices for countries like Jamaica, because it was actually for the small island developing states in the region. So, next steps, what does the future hold? We laid out, as I said, we laid out a list of short, medium, and long term. And at the end of the document, we did have a table, so you could skip to that if you need to, around all the various thematic areas which was outlined earlier. So at a very high level, that is the report. We have a call to action and closing, and I'll probably just go straight into that section, which is very, very short. And I just kind of read that little section there, where we just concluded that this comprehensive set of policy recommendations provides a pathway for Jamaica to embrace AI as a catalyst for national development by addressing critical policy issues, fostering innovation, and ensuring ethical AI use. Jamaica will be well positioned to leverage AI for sustainable growth and cultural preservation, creating a future where technology and humanity thrive together. We did have a very, very robust debate around our cultural reality, because as I said, Jamaica being a cultural superpower, what's going to happen to protect, to ensure? And I brought that back because we had to ensure that even in the conclusion, we put in the word for sustainable growth and cultural preservation, because again, that's one of the things that we have going for us. I sit on 1 and 2 committees and government boards, and there are situations where organizations have been approved for 30, 40, maybe 100 positions, and they've been looking to fill these positions for 2 years and can't fill them. So I have a different view and concern when I hear folks worry about AI is coming to take over the jobs. I said, what about the jobs that we can't find? All these positions are there. I sat in a room with an ED just 2 weeks ago where the person's explaining all the challenges, and they only have 2 people to do this job. When I listen to the description of what the person has to do, I'm like, technology can do that in 2 seconds. I have 2 or 3 people that I could call in right now to have them write something to help with that. We're not replacing the job. We need to find 5 more people, and we can't. So some of these things are something that a number of us in the industry and a number of us as task force members here have debated and discussed around what we need to consider. So folks, at a very, very high level, for the short time that I was given, I hope that I give a high level overview as to what the document is, just around 30 pages long. And we had a very interesting way of capturing information from the entire group, because of course we don't have these committee meetings. Not everyone comes to every meeting. So we had in-person meetings physically here in this very room, and then we had meetings online where we put out all the thematic areas and everyone contributed to them online, digitally, and then we then massage and pull that information, created the first draft, sent it to everyone. We got feedback, and then the last 2 meetings sit down where we literally read the entire document word for word and robust debate again as to what must be there, what mustn't be there, what has to be in there, why this must be there. We must put this in 3 places because it's massively important. So folks, that was the work that was done. And again, you know what, I need to just have our members stand so people can see who they are. So Coswell, top, Trevor, come on, stand up. Prof. Core, Rita, oh no, you're not part of that committee, you're the other committee. PSOJ, so I had some folks from PSOJ who actually contributed. And who else? Marjorie, you're not part of the committee, you're not standing, Marjorie. Come on, folks. So this is our part of our task force here. Folks, out of the 18 persons, we have about 6 or 7 right here. So thank you very much. And any questions around the AI task force?
Thank you very much, Chris, for your work, and I have to thank the entire task force for all of their work. Their report went to Cabinet last week, I believe, and Cabinet received the report and was very happy to see that the report was completed. In many instances, task forces take a long time, and they go sometimes years after their deadline. They were appointed for a year. I think you were only 6 weeks late. That's it. But there was a hurricane. So I will say they were basically on time, which is not usually the case. So I have to congratulate the task force for that. I'm going to open up for questions on the report.
Boy, the anxious gleaner is
I
ready. They've been
know.
asking for weeks, so let's start off with
Every
Shauna.
week you've asked, and here it is.
Good morning, Mr. Record Minister. My name is Shauna Small from the Gleaner. So my first question is, the AI boom started over 2 years ago, and you mentioned it yourself, we're seeing it being used in different sectors in society. Now, do you think that we were a bit slow out the blocks in terms of having our recommendations just being popularized for how we're supposed to leverage this technology and guide its implementation and its use in Jamaica? I think we're a bit slow.
Short answer is no, I don't think we're slow. For us as technologists in the room, and I do see some of my friends who've been in the industry for 40 years. There's some of these technologies come, and there's an organization, a global organization called Gartner, that has something called a hype cycle. And there's a hype that happens with the technology. And then after the hype, the peak, it it goes back down and it gets into some sort of normal, what they call it, a trough of disillusionment, and then it becomes normal. We're just at that hype cycle right now, and we're coming back down. So yes, with some technologies, you can jump in very early and you log on to the hype, where every single solitary bit of digital technology is all of a sudden called AI, right? So when it was just, programming, automation, it was export systems, it was, machine learning, every single solitary thing all of a sudden is branded AI. And then, of course, every single solitary soul all of a sudden becomes an AI expert. All these people that person don't know deeply about AI, all of a sudden is an expert in AI. And so you just have to smile and move along, because a lot of us been in the industry for 40 years doing what we're doing. So short answer again is, I don't think we're late. We're just going with the time and going with the hype cycle. Not really, but we're kind of looking to see, okay, where are we with this thing? Because it is cooling off right now. And by the way, the billions and billions of dollars that were invested in a lot of companies, a lot of people are balling right now because it's falling apart.
Thank you, Chris. Minister, I have one online wanting to then know the process from now that cabinet has received to how then you will move to implement or amend any of the recommendations and get it now running in the country.
Sure. There's a process. That the cabinet has seen it, and we are making it available also to the public, so the public can see the work of the task force. We will then move to developing an AI policy for Jamaica. That's the main recommendation from the committee, and that is something that is very important, because there are many elements of AI that we have to look at. So the Ministry of Education, for example, has already led, and there are questions about how late we are. I will note that the UN, they did their research and had their big committee on AI for humanity, and this is a big body, and that AI report was just finalized in December and being rolled out now. Jamaica is actually one of the leaders in having done an AI task force like this and actually having really detailed recommendations available. So we're actually at the forefront. The Ministry of Education has already done an AI policy for schools, and that was finalized this summer in August. So they are already moving along, working in tandem with the work of the task force. And so the ministries were not just waiting for the AI task force to finish, because we knew AI was here. Our students were already engaging with it. Many of our students use Chat GPT on a regular basis. And so the Ministry of Education had to be proactive from the very beginning in terms of looking at it. Many of our universities have been proactive in terms of using AI quite a bit more. And many of our other government agencies, I know, are looking at tools that could be used. So the next step for us is really having an AI policy. And I always talk about the ethics of AI. There is a lot of work for us to do in relation to the ethics around AI. So Jamaica as a leader in those conversations is important, because even if we look at some of the AI tools that could be used, for example, in banking, you could use some AI tools for discrimination against people who live in a particular way, depending on how you build your algorithms and some of the AI that's embedded in some of these decision systems that are built. So we have to be very, very mindful of that and have policies related to that. We also have to look at AI and the impact of AI in media, and even in terms of our democratic processes. How do you use AI? Because you've seen it so much. You can use AI to make anyone look like they said something that they did not say. Those are things we're going to have to contend with, and we're going to have to figure out. And so there will be an AI policy, and there will probably have to be different sub policies depending on the area.
All right, great. Shoshana? Thank you. Mr. Record, you mentioned earlier about the use of AI in different industries. The BPO industry is one of those industries that people were worried that AI would come and take all the jobs. So based on your research, what have you seen to be the impact of AI in this industry?
So very interestingly, one of our members was Mr. Yanni Epstein, who's the chairman and CEO of ITIL BPO in the region. And just 2 weeks ago, he actually launched a product, an AI product that they created, and this is one of the discussions that we have here repeated over and over again with respect to AI will not replace your job. The person using AI will replace your job. And so at that launch, one things I said, the company who's now leveraging and building an AI tool to help the team. So one of the things that they're doing is actually using AI tools to help that agent to become a super agent. So they're able to deliver a lot more services to their customers globally, because they have global customers that use their services here. There are some jobs that will be reduced, the amount of them, because AI tool technology can do it a lot faster. But similar to all the other industrial revolutions that have happened before, where folks, there's a continuous worry. At the end of it, there was always an increase in more people being hired around the area because of the other retraining, reskilling that took place in that industry. So same here. I mean, yes, one caution is that this is the first industrial revolution where the technology, quote unquote, can actually think for itself. So this is a little different. But this is now just another thing for us to learn. So, in our discussions with the BPO industry, they are leveraging it a lot more than we're actually realizing. Right? So, when a call, for example, one of the things that were explained to us, when a call happens, there's a lot of analysis that they have to give back to their customers. How long the call to be answered, how long was the person been on hold, what was the mood during the call, did the customer seem happy, and all of that. Remember, for those of us who call into call centers, we hear something that say, this call may be recorded for whatever purposes. So a person was actually sitting down and listening sometimes randomly. Guess what they're now doing? They're using AI now to do all of that fast. So instead of waiting a week or two, almost instantly after a shift finishes, they are now able to deliver that report. So long and short of it, all I'm saying is that from the information that we have gotten from that, that experience, they are offering a lot more to their customers using AI instead of actually losing out. That's what we're hearing. Now, in the Philippines, I've done some research there, but that Philippines, as we all know, is the global powerhouse on BPO. The same exact worry and concern, the reports coming out of something that I read last week in The Economist, saying that we're not missing a big dip for the next 2 years, but some folks are getting nervous and they are quitting. So they're quitting before they claim that the AI takes away their job. So is it AI actually causing them to leave? We can have that debate.
Thanks for that, Chris. Ahead of Mahiri's question, I just wanted you to contextualize for us how far ahead of the curve Jamaica is in relation to the Caribbean and the rest of the world, really, to make the point that we really are dealing with the AI issue in a comprehensive way.
So when we took a look at at a lot of the more developed nations and looked at the policy guidelines that they had, interestingly enough, we didn't find a tremendous amount. I think when we broke up in teams and we all looked, we probably came up with maybe 30 or 40, and then through that filtering process, we narrowed it down to about 12 or so prof core that we actually said, let's use these because of the advancement of that country and all that. So I think we're in the midst, but Caribbean-wise, we're early. As Minister said a while ago, we're very early. We are getting calls from folks, hey, how did you do it? Can you come and join? Or there's a regional discussion taking place. I went on the call once. I've heard anything back from them as yet, but that's how these things are. They take a while, to gel. But I don't know if any other task force members want to throw in anything else. But that's where I think regionally we're ahead. Globally, we're not lagging. We're not lagging at all in what we're doing.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right, Mahiri.
Morning, Mr. Record. Mahiri Stewart from Nationwide News here. Just a pretty generic question, I guess. Throughout the discussions you had in the compiling of this report, what would you say AI poses as the biggest threat and benefit to the country?
Well, the biggest benefit to the country is all of the various industries that can actually leverage some. Remember one thing I said, this is a caveat. We're taking almost every bit of automation, no one calling it AI, right? So all of the various technologies and tools that were available to help the various industries that make our country move forward are being used. So we're an example. I've been looking at tourism, one of our biggest earners. And when you see how some folks are using AI to enhance an online experience of a country, right? I was just in Rome last week for a trip with another government organization. And when you see how before you go out and visit an attraction, when they use the AI tools to enhance what that attraction is, you definitely want to go like today, like right now. We can't wait until your scheduled visit was next week Friday. So it is using that, and that's one example in terms of tourism, in terms of let's say agriculture, leveraging all of the tools and technologies for weather prediction, and all of those areas are some of those positives. On the negative side, we see a lot of the things that are happening on the negative side with deepfakes, videos, and all of that. The other negative challenge that is a real challenge is there was a death recently that was blamed on AI chatbot, where the child built a relationship with this AI chatbot, and as a result of whatever it is, I mean, it's in court right now. That child committed suicide because of whether it was told to do so. So I have a weekly AI meeting, a global meeting with about 60 or 70 countries that I join every Monday. And that case was the deep discussion on Monday, where the concern was us using this technology. How can we monitor and manage people building relationships with chatbots, right? Where sometimes some of these folks think that this thing is real, and at the end of the day, the whole concern is it got back into Mr. Health is gone, but it got back into mental health, and how do we connect that back to a balanced lifestyle? So that's one of the negatives that's there. That's a real global negative. It's in every major business magazine they're talking about it right now.
Chris,
but that's a deep one.
we're going to need to move on. We're just going to take one more question.
Yes.
Just to know, I'm going to ask you to bear with me. We are going to have the Minister of Education and Youth do her presentation. The Prime Minister is planning to come by soon, so we're going to need to wrap up these so that we can move to the presentation from the Prime Minister. So I'm going to take one more question from the media on AI, and then we have to move on. Chris, you'll be available to the media after.
I'll be here.
All right, wonderful.
So let's then get to Kalisha. Good morning, everyone. Kalisha Williams, Television Jamaica. Mr. Record, I know a general election is around the corner, and one of the greatest challenges we find is, especially during that season, you find a lot of fake, deep fakes, persons saying things they did not actually say, audio sounding like the person, but it's not really them. Any specific policy recommendation that the task force has made in terms of dealing with these issues?
So before the task force was created, our minister reached out to our committee. So we have members from the PSOJ's Innovation and Digital Transformation Committee here, and some of us came together and quickly put together a list of suggestions and recommendations around that. Because guess what? It's the same thing all over the world. I mean, the US election is next week, right? And they're battling it big time. Now, so one thing that you have to realize is what puts that content in front of your eyeballs. It's an algorithm. It's something that is happening there. So we can write policy, we can make recommendations all we want, but if you, the general consumer, is clicking on certain types of links because it grabs your attention, remember, the objective of the system is to build engagement, which, by the way, for the gentleman that asked the question, that's also another risk. When the systems are built for engagement, you're going to do every single solitary thing there to get more engagement. So who is to blame? So it's a challenge, and I don't think Prof. Top, I mean, we've had this discussion. how deep can we go with our recommendations when you're the ones pressing the button to get the more rage? Because we see what's happening in North America. Rage sells.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. It's clear that you need to do some public education town halls for us to have more discussions around that this issues. There are a lot of issues involved here. And so I thank you again for your service to Jamaica, your free service to Jamaica, and all of you for your work on the task force. And I have to mention one individual who is at UE and a member of the task force. I got a letter that said, I have studied AI. I did not know who this lady was. And she said, I've studied AI. It's an area that I have an interest in. Can I serve? I heard you in the media say you're having an AI task force. Can I join? I didn't know who she was, but she had the expertise. And I said, yes, you can join. And there's so many Jamaicans who want to support in that way. And we are here to facilitate your supporting. And so I thank the entire AI task force again. And now we're going to be moving on to our Minister of Education and Youth. And unfortunately, because she comes last today, it's still the most important, but after her, there's an even more important discussion we're going to have with PM. We're hoping that he will start at 10 a.m. So unfortunately, we may have to take some of the education matters over into next week. But Minister, it's quite important for us to hear about what's happening in the Ministry of Education. And so I hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. I see MP Sybil's here. Ladies, and my team from the Ministry of Education and Youth, ladies and gentlemen, members from the media, Jamaicans everywhere, good morning. So let me begin by expressing my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Rashad Richards of Campion College, who died in what is believed to be a freak accident involving a goalpost yesterday after school. The ministry's guidance and counseling teams, along with the guidance counselors from other schools, are expected to visit the school today. I'm sure they're there already, and begin to offer support to students and teachers. Let me take this opportunity to share that there are set standards for the equipment used in sports offered at schools, including goalposts. And these standards are in the Jamaican standard specifications for the safety and performance of football goals. It was the first to be completed at the time. It was created by the Ministry of Education and Youth in partnership with the Bureau of Standards Jamaica some years ago. And these standards include how goalposts should be used and even how they should be secured when in and not in use. And we will be reminding schools of these standards, and teams from the Ministry of Education and Youth will be conducting visits to inspect these goalposts and ensure adherence to the respective standards. Schools must remain places of safety. Let us keep Rashad's family in our prayers. So the Ministry of Education and Youth is midway through the Christmas term 2024, and is gearing up for another busy month. Each year, November commemorates two of our very integral stakeholders, our Jamaican youth and our parents. November is National Youth Month, and the Ministry of Education and Youth, through the Youth and Adolescents Policy Division, coordinates a series of activities aimed at recognizing and honoring the contributions, the energy, and more importantly, the potential of our Jamaican youth. So this year's theme, Youth Impact 2024, Innovative Minds, Purposeful Action, Collective Triumphs, is intended to inspire a call to action, encouraging our young people to focus on the tangible influence and contributions they can make in their communities. Youth Impact 2024 will embody empowerment and agency, action and responsibility, leadership and innovation, collaboration and inclusivity, measurement of progress and legacy. Of importance to our youth, we know, is education and skills training, which will open avenues for employment and entrepreneurship. And as a government, we have significantly and commendably reduced youth unemployment from where we took it at approximately 25% to where it stands now in October of 2023 at about 10%. We want to highlight the collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Youth and HEART's LIFT program, which is facilitating the placement of 2,500 Jamaicans into roles within their preferred fields over a number of years. Of course, as well, we have to highlight the increased access to tertiary as a result of actions on the part of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to no longer requiring 2 guarantors. As a government, we believe in the continuing investments in education and training, especially for young people, to ensure they have the requisite skills and knowledge now and in the future. I move on now to our next event. Well, let me just highlight some of the calendar of events for National Youth Month. We begin with a celebration of faith. And of course, we have the 15th, we will have the 15th sitting of the National Youth Parliament. We'll have around the table discussions upon the corner initiatives, consultation on the national youth policy. We'll also have a global night, student leadership and governance capacity building workshops, National Youth Month Forum, and even the AGM of the National Youth Council of Jamaica. So I invite you to follow along on social media platforms to check out the topics of the various calendar events that we have announced. I now switch to another important event during the month of November, and it's the National Parent Month. The National Parent Support Commission is the agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth committed to strengthening and promoting support for parents and by extension families through respectful and positive collaboration. Home and school are important worlds in the lives of our children. When both are connected positively, our children can begin to feel safer and secure, and this affects their learning and development in healthy ways, and thereby benefiting not only students, but parents, schools, communities, and the country. The recognition of Parent Month is an initiative observed every November and is that time when the sector spotlights parents, giving credit to their contributions. This year's Parent Month theme is Surf Beyond the Surface. It will guide parents in a month-long discourse on parenting and artificial intelligence. The theme is supported by 3 pillars. Pillar 1, click, get with it. Pillar 2, connect, go with it. And pillar 3, collaborate, grow with it. Of course, we look forward to the activities to commemorate National Parent Month, including a media launch, which we will have on Friday, November 1st, church service on Sunday, November 3rd, community sensitization meetings in schools, the accreditation framework launch, town hall activities, and much more. As you would agree, November is a special month as we celebrate not only National Youth Month, but also National Parent Month. And this is our chance to recognize our amazing young people and the parents and guardians who guide them. There will be many activities where everyone can join in and begin to make a difference. So let us come together to support our youth, strengthen our families, and build strong communities. And again, I implore you to follow us on all our social media platforms. Thank you, and I look forward to charting all the positive things we will achieve together during the month of November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I'll ask Naomi if there are questions.
Well, Minister, the media says they're waiting on PM. So,
But you have the Minister of Education here. I'm sure you have some additional questions. We are waiting for him. He is
Yes.
going to be here imminently.
Indeed.
Naomi, were there any other
Yes.
questions that had been there before that
Yes,
we could
let's just-
take in the interim?
Sure, let's take one from Kalisha and I'll get a few online.
Thank you. Good morning again, Minister. In regards to the incident at Campion College yesterday, it's a third such incident within a decade, and there are still concerns about what the Education Ministry is doing to ensure that we don't have a repeat of what happened yesterday. What is the Education Ministry doing about that? Thank you.
All right. So, as I said in my presentation, we promulgated standards. We continue in our physical education courses to ensure that safety is taught. We do periodic audits. But my understanding yesterday was that there was quite a bit of rain. Soil might have softened. We don't know. We have to investigate exactly what happened. But we want to assure Jamaicans that we do checks across our schools because we know the danger of goalposts in our schools, having had the experience with deaths in the past.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions from the floor? All right. Minister, there is one. I think we're just awaiting the Prime Minister. They're trying to fix that door.
Yeah.
All right. There is one concerning the issue of parenting. November is Parents' Month as well. And there was a question online concerning how many parents are on board in terms of improving the standards in schools and working along with schools to ensure that we have greater outcomes for our children.
All right. Would you, Minister, you can come, and I know that the head of the parenting commission is here, so we can take some questions until PM gets here.
Okay. So I am really proud of the effort of the Ministry of Education and Youth during this past academic year to reach out to parents in terms of providing lots of different sessions for them to meet their needs.
I beg your pardon,
Okay.
Minister, as
All right.
we respond
Can
to that.
we
May we
please
stand for the arrival of the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Please. This morning, I'm reminded that today is a pivotal day in Jamaican history, the 30th of October. I take you back to the year 1980, when the Jamaica Labour Party won what was described then as a landslide victory. Then, I believe, the largest margin won by any political party of the time. But it is more remembered for the deliverance campaign. It was also remembered as a time when Jamaica pivoted from a particular type and style of governance. And it is usually well regarded as a period of time for the rescue and recovery of the Jamaican economy. I start there by pointing out this time in history because we are also in a long campaign for the rescue and recovery of Jamaica, and which we have been doing a wonderful job in that regard. But we're also at a point of pivot, a point of inflection, a point where we are poised for even greater change. So I know that a number of Jamaicans have been waiting, apparently with bated breath, for these very few words that I'm about to utter. I'm pleased to announce the following appointments. The Honorable Favour Williams, MP, will assume duties as Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon will assume duties as Minister of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. And Mr. Matthew Sabuda, MP, will reassume his role as Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. These appointments are designed to maintain stability and minimize disruption in the functioning of the government, but at the same time, pivot towards a growth-oriented economic policy, as well as to make a priority and focus of human capital development. To help drive this pivot towards growth, I have assigned my senior advisor, Mr. Alec John, who is highly regarded for his financial expertise, to work closely with the Minister of Finance, newly minted Minister Favour Williams, as well as with other private sector stakeholders. Also, the consolidation of the skills portfolio, including heart with education, will help to drive our focus on human capital development and to better integrate technical and vocational skills training into the education system. Mr. Matthew Samuda, as Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, will continue the significant progress we have made in the provision of water and environmental protection. I have a few other announcements to make. Yes, I'm just giving you some time to process. I'm also announcing the date for the by-election in the constituencies of Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwestern. Nomination day will be Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and election day will be Friday, November 22nd, 2024, for both constituencies. I encourage all eligible voters to exercise their constitutional right to vote and participate actively in the democratic process. So all has been processed. There are two other announcements to be made, and I invite the Minister of Local Government and the respective chairmen of the municipal authorities in question to come to the podium.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined by the Mayor of Morant Bay and the Mayor of Maypen as it relates to the two vacancies in the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation and in the Clarendon Municipal Corporation. Both mayors have consulted and have advised and have asked me to announce that the 6th of November, nomination day, the 22nd of November, will be election day for both divisions, respectively, in the St. Thomas and Clarendon Municipal Corporation. I will also use the same words of the Prime Minister by urging electorates in both divisions to go out and cast their votes.
Thank you, gentlemen. So it seems there are no questions.
All right, I think given the time, PM, and I know you have other engagements, we will do 2 questions, Naomi. Let's try for 2.
Make it 3 since.
All right, so
yeah.
since you have
All
3
right,
of them.
Mahiri, let's start off.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Mahiri Stewart from Nationwide News here.
Morning.
All right, my question is, what went behind making the decision to make Favour Williams our new Minister of Finance and Dana Morris Dixon our new Education Minister? And when was this decision made?
Well, the decision is effectively made now. If you're wondering when my mind settled on these things, maybe 5 minutes ago. No, the truth is that the prime ministerial prerogative to determine members of the cabinet is not beyond the questioning of the public. And I appreciate the question. Minister Favored Williams, you will recall, was actually a minister in the Ministry of Finance. If my memory serves me correct, you were a Minister of State and then a minister without portfolio, and served with distinction at that time. So she's not new to the portfolio. If you were to look at her resume does recommend her to the position. In addition, and just to be clear, this business of people presenting their academic qualifications as a basis for political office is not something that I necessarily make a priority in the decision. But the truth is that the stakeholder community that she will serve specifically would want to know that someone who is going to be in that area has some technical competence. And so I don't think there could be any question about Minister Williams' technical competence in that field. But more than that, she also has practical experience. She worked in the financial sector for many years. She is a business person and has the experience of starting her own business. And therefore, she would understand quite a bit about business. Now, just to be clear, the Ministry of Finance is not only about business. As you would recall, a large part of the effort of the former Minister of Finance was in dealing with the unions and the wage issues. And there is something called the public sector that has to be properly managed. And so that person has to have skills in institution building and so forth. The idea, of course, is to ensure that whoever is in the Ministry of Finance is a disciple of the government's policy of fiscal discipline. That is what is really important. I could never put anyone there who is going to in any way depart from the hard-earned gains and sacrifice of the Jamaican people to get us to where we are today. And I'm confident that Minister Williams is a disciple. You know, my experience, my life experience in growing up in and I tell the story, sometimes people say I should tell it more, in a one-bedroom board house in Spanish Town. My mother, a civil servant for many years, a single mother, trying to send 2 kids to school. If you ask me what my financial philosophy is, it's about being frugal, frugality, right? It's about making the most that you can out of the least resources that you have. So it's also about efficiency. And we never borrowed. I don't like debt. But of course, debt is important, but you have to be able to manage it. So whoever is going to be the Minister of Finance has to have that similar kind of outlook. We're not going to put the country in debt. We're going to manage our affairs properly. We're going to be efficient. And we're going to be respectful of the sacrifice and hard work of people. And I think that Minister Williams would meet that criteria. Clearly, there are other persons in the cabinet who I could have considered. So the decision would also be on the basis of what would be the least disruptive to the operations of the government. And if I were to start to move the ministers around too often, projects that they have started that they need to see through, things that are important to achieve, that could be disrupted and it could set the government behind. So clearly, we look at competence, we look at the fit for purpose, but we also look at the overall operations of the government to make sure it is seamless. We don't necessarily analyze the government's operation in an accurate way all the time. And the truth is that this administration has been probably the most stable administration we have had in the history of Jamaica. We have managed to make massive changes. Seamless, don't skip a beat. without disruption. And that can only inure to the benefit of the people of the country. So stability is an important part of any decision that we are going to make. And I'm certain that this decision will inure to the stability and continuity of government. But bear in mind what I have said and take it seriously. The government is engineering a pivot towards accelerated growth. It's a pivot towards an aggressive pursuit of growth. And believe me when I say we're going to be vicious in that regard. We have conquered the fiscal issues. Now it's time to conquer the growth issues.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Very important intervention. We have two other questions. May I just acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also here with us, Dr. Horace Chang. And I'm sure that many persons online are saying that the historical value of the moment is also not lost. Minister Williams being the first female,
yes,
full
how
female
could I forget to mention that?
Minister of Finance. All right. And the Gleaner now has the floor.
But it's important to know that the decision was not made on that basis.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Sashana Small from the Gleaner. Prime Minister, there was some speculation that you were in fact considering taking this post as well. Is there any truth to that?
I want you to see, this is a challenge I'm having sometimes when I read the commentary. How does a speculation become a truth? Look, I've seen this argument about the possibility of me taking over the Ministry of Finance. It is always in my purview as Prime Minister to take over any ministry I choose. Then there's this issue of conflict of interest. I mean, just think about it. You know, all the ministers are accountable to me in any event. But would it make sense for the Prime Minister, who has been indicating from more than a year now, and I've been saying these things very clearly, in the hopes that those people who write the headlines would pick them up, that Jamaica has to pivot, I've used those exact words, that the new shift is to peace, productivity, to create a virtuous cycle for prosperity, that we're going to pivot to growth. Would it make sense that I'm going to then take on the Ministry of Finance when the pivot now has to be growth? And would it also make sense for me to add an additional burden if I didn't give up the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to the already very substantial portfolio that I lead? I think people forget that I am a minister. I function like all the other ministers, and I have the largest ministry that is delivering the jobs, the infrastructure, the environmental protection, the housing, which is moving rapidly. Yes, I am a minister and I function as a minister, in addition to doing the job of the Prime Minister. I'm not going to take on any more specific burdens right now, especially when the focus now shifts to really cranking up the growth agenda. And the growth agenda has several elements to it. A critical element, which we have laid the groundwork for when we put in place a commission to do a review of the education sector, is education as a critical element to the growth agenda. Believe it or not, the greatest constraint to growth at this moment is labor. We don't have enough, and we have underemployment of labor as well, and we don't have enough skills to drive growth. So this issue of human capital development requires laser-like attention. So that is where my energy and focus is going to be, along with the newly appointed Minister of Education and Skills. And then another constraint on our growth boundary is bureaucracy. So we're going to have to pivot now to look at the ease of doing business. Put another way, the cost of doing business in Jamaica. All the processes and the red tape and all the institutions that we have put on, that have put on more regulation, that is just slowing down and hampering business. We have to cut out all of those things now. And then we also must now look at being in an aggressive posture to take advantage of economic opportunities that may arise. And then we must also adopt another posture of creating new industries. And the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will play a pivotal role in the creation of new industries. In fact, the Office of the Prime Minister will play that coordinating role. So there is a job of work to be done, which is slightly different from the work that we are focused on in our last two administrations, which is to get the fiscal arrangements of the economy right, to get the economy stable, to get the economy to a level of resilience where it can respond and recover quickly. And I think we have settled that. Now let's shift now to the other agenda. And in all of that, we cannot forget the most important thing, which is the pain points, the suffering of the people of Jamaica. That's, it's one thing to drive on the fancy highways that we have built, but when you come off them and then you have to be rocking in the pothole-filled roads, you're upset. We understand. We get it. But we're not going to be like other governments who tell you that, yeah, we're going to do it and can't do it. If it's one thing you can know about this government, if we tell you we're going to do it, it's going to get done, because we have figured out the way to make sure that whatever we say, we back it up with resources. We understand that care is about saying you care, but care is also about showing you care. So yes, we get criticized because we don't say we care enough, but we do show that we care. And so you're going to get the government that does both. We're going to tell you we care, and that's the populism that any government can give you. But we're going to show you we care by managing the economy well and getting the resources to spend on the challenges that you face. So when we are making much about the new buses that we have bought, that's a tangible way to show we care. And we're going to expand that right across Jamaica. And we're going to help people with transportation to reduce the cost of living that they face. When we talk about hearing in healthcare, Minister Tufton was here, we're going to be spending quite a bit of resources in healthcare to show that we really care. We're actually very focused on putting back the care in healthcare. Anyway, I'm giving him a speech in that.
Prime Minister, we did promise one final question, so if we could. And of course, we thank our broadcasters who are now broadcasting live, having heard your announcement. Please.
Thank you. Kenisha Williams, Television Jamaica. I have two questions, Mr. Holness, one for you and one for Mr. Williams. You announced a by-election for South Trelawney. Can you say who will be your party's candidate for that division? I'm hearing on the ground that it may, the constituency, that the former member of Parliament, Marisa Darwin Fulibert, may be making a comeback. Can you say, if yes, why is she making a comeback after resigning? And also, why did you wait so long to announce a by-election for that constituency? And for Minister Williams, big post as Finance Minister, what will be your first priority? Thank you.
Yeah, so put it this way, by popular demand of the constituency, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert will be the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate for Trelawney Southern. It's difficult to speak for Marissa as to why she resigned and then she's coming back. And I'm sure she will give an explanation. But my own view is that she really respected the perspectives of the public with whatever was accusations were laid in the public domain, and she thought it was the honorable thing to do. But I think that as she went through the constituency and people kept demanding that she return, and she does have quite a popular support in the constituency. So, it's really the will of the people, and we will see the will of the people exercised in the by-election. In terms of why I waited, well, the prerogative of calling an election is given to the Prime Minister, and there are some rules around it. But in calling the elections, the latitude that is given for a reason, which is to allow and always allow for the Prime Minister to protect the government that is formed. And in the discussions that are had, sometimes that is lost, that our system of government is designed for stability and continuity and of the government. And so the Prime Minister exercises that authority to ensure that the government that is formed can continue. And so you want to be sure that whenever you call an election, you're in a good position to win it. And that's just the reality. You want to be sure that you are in a position that your government can continue. That doesn't speak to any disenfranchisement of the democratic process. It is the nature of our democracy, which is why our democracy is stable. And when I'm saying our democracy, our system of democracy is the most stable type of democracy that there is, precisely because there is this allowance. Just to be clear, however, the people of Southern Trelawney were never deprived of any representational benefits that would accrue from having their member of parliament. Provisions were in place to ensure that whatever benefits that would come to constituents who are in need or whatever service they needed, that those services would continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And as the Prime Minister exits, and we can ask Minister Williams. Yes. The Prime Minister will take a photograph with his new minister as well. His first full Minister of Finance as Minister Fable Williams. All right. Congratulations, Minister. And Minister, there is a question posed for you. Minister?
We'll do that as the last question, the question that had been posed for Minister. Congratulations, Minister.
Thank you so much.
First female Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
All right. Well, allow me to just say that I am deeply honored and profoundly humbled to be given this opportunity to be Jamaica's Minister of Finance. The role is one of great responsibility, and it comes at a pivotal moment in our country's journey. We're in a time that continues to demand a vision, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to building a future that offers both stability and opportunity for all citizens. I assure you, I am ready to work tirelessly to continue to make this vision a reality. But let me say as well, finance is more than balancing the books. It is about ensuring that every resource we allocate, every policy we enact, and every initiative we launch is a step towards a more prosperous and a more inclusive economy. And in this role, I pledge to prioritize accountability and innovation and to listen closely to the needs and aspirations of those we serve. Our economy, like those across the globe, continues to face challenges, but I see in these challenges incredible opportunities to continue to build on the foundation that has been created to create an even more resilient country. We will continue to invest in infrastructure needed for sustainable growth, and you heard the Prime Minister when he talked about the pivotal moment where we are to pivot towards accelerated growth. He mentioned that education, the ministry from which I am leaving, and congratulations, Minister. I will download to you everything I know to make your journey, a better one. He talked about the constraint on growth in the bureaucracy. How do we improve the ease of doing business? How do we take advantage of economic opportunities? How do we create new industries? And I see the Ministry of Finance as the engine behind all of that, helping to facilitate economic growth that we all want. We have had, we've had growth for a number of quarters, but where we need to go now is acceleration of that growth. So I am committed to the continued pursuit of fiscal prudence and creative solutions, one that values the expertise of all the members of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. I will seek to collaborate with industry leaders, civil society, and most importantly, the citizens we serve. My goal is to build not only for the present, but for generations to come. Together, I know that we can continue building an economy that reflects our values of hard work, integrity, and inclusivity. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for his trust and confidence in me. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you to realize a future of economic prosperity and shared success. Thank you.
Thank you
and
so
I hope
much.
that answers the question.
I think it absolutely does answer, Minister. And congratulations again to you, and thank you to members of the media.
Minister, may I
And
take a little liberty? The media has asked that you too, as the incoming Minister of Information, respond to the question. Your priority on day one, this being day one, now that you are elevated to education, along with your other responsibilities as well.
all right, thank you for that question. And I didn't have a prepared speech to make this morning, but as the Prime Minister said, education is critical. Education is critical for all of the goals that we desire for our people. And I know that as I have gone around Jamaica, I see these young, brilliant, bright minds around our country, and all they need are opportunities. And the Ministry of Education is so important in delivering the kind of workforce that believes in building Jamaica, that believes in the values that we hold dear. And I tell you, just based on my discussions with the Prime Minister, it is important that we leave no child behind. It is important that no child leaves school unable to read. It is important that every child is numerate. And for a long time, we've not really been able to achieve that. But the Jamaica of the future that we need demands that we put the resources into our beautiful children, because the future of Jamaica rests in their hands. And the work that we will do is going to be central to getting that workforce that can take us forward. This morning, we spoke about artificial intelligence. That's a whole different world that we're talking about. And our children have to feel that they are empowered to be leaders in this area and any other area that they want. And it's important that we give them that equal opportunity. I know in my own life, education has been the reason that I'm standing here, because I got the best education that Jamaica has to offer. My goal is that ultimately every child will be able to get the kind of education that I was able to get, and that it will not just be for the purview of a few. And so without my prepared remarks, that's what I will say this morning. And I mean, this is an interesting way to know what your new role is. Apparently, I am still Minister of Information. So I will see you at the next post-cabinet press briefing that will be called. Thank you all for coming, and God bless you, and God bless Jamaica land we love.
There you have it. There you have it from Jamaica House press briefing. Jamaica has a new Minister of Finance. Jamaica has a new Minister of Finance. And the new minister, I have always been saying this, that Favour Williams should become Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. And there you have it. Favour Williams will become Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. And Senator Dixon Dana Morris will become Jamaica's next Minister of Education. In the same breath, you hear the Prime Minister said that the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert, will be running in her old Trelawney Southern seat. That's Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, will be running in her next Jamaica Labour Party seat in Southern Trelawney. It's been a busy morning, a very busy morning. I didn't even get the chance to write down what Desmond McKenzie was saying, but I'm working on that to let you know that the by-election for St. Thomas and Clarendon, I presume, is up. That's the by-election for Clarendon and St. Thomas is up. There's going to be a by-election in November, and I don't understand why they're doing a by-election so soon to the general election that is due. It is constitutionally due. We're waiting to get the news what Desmond McKenzie just said about the by-election. Bear with me, please. See me turning my head away to somewhere here. We're trying to get that news into you. But based on what we have so far, that the news that just come into a news center, you heard it live on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. You heard everything live on our YouTube channel this morning. This is Make We Talk breaking news. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has just announced that Jamaica's new Minister of Finance is none other than Favour Williams. And Jamaica's new Minister of Education is Senator Dana Dixon. Senator Dana Dixon will become Jamaica's new Education Minister, and Favour Williams will go to the Education Ministry. We're going to go over to one of the news centers that I know a lot of you don't like to listen to hear their views and their perspective on what is going on, because we've been trying to get somebody to comment on this breaking news here on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. We're listening from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. We're bringing everything to you live. Everything we're bringing to you live. This is Make We Talk breaking news. News coming into a news center that Favour Williams will become Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. That's Education Minister is now the new Minister of Finance. That's Favour Williams. Favour Williams' ministry will go over to Senator Dana Dixon as Minister of Education, while Favour Williams will pick up the slot as Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. A lot of people were saying that the Prime Minister was going to take up that seat. You hear him. The Prime Minister on our Constitution, he can take up the Minister of Finance seat if he wanted to, but apparently he did not. So, and I've been thinking about this all along, and I've been saying it, that the seat will be given to, the ministry will be given to Favour Williams, because she has a lot to do with finance. She should have been in the Ministry of Finance all along, not in the Ministry of Education. She knows about finance a great lot. So there you have it. Jamaica's next Minister of Finance is Favour Williams. The outgoing Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, depart the island this morning. That's Dr. Nigel Clark depart Jamaica this morning, resigning last night. He resigned from the Parliament of Jamaica last night, and this morning, his first flight out of Jamaica into Washington, D.C., he left Jamaica early this morning. Now, this morning, as we come on air with the press conference of Jamaica House, from Jamaica House, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Dr. Michael Andrew Holness, has just announced that Favour Williams will become Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. Thus, Favour Williams will become Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. And Senator Dana Dixon will become Jamaica's next Minister of Education. She still remains Minister of Information in the Office of the Prime Minister, but she is Jamaica's next Minister of Finance, next Minister of Education rather, and Favour Williams, Jamaica's next Minister of Finance. So Favour Williams will go from let's go over to what this man is saying, what Mr. Hughes is saying, because they have more news than I do. So I have to go over to what they are saying. Let's go over here. Bear with me, please.
Clarendon, with the death of their sitting councillors. The by-elections nomination day will be Wednesday, November 6, and election day will be Thursday, November 22. Yes, so bear those dates in mind. There will be 3 by-elections on that day, for Morant Bay in the east, Annan Town in northern Clarendon, and South Trelawney in the western end of the island. Now, to the appointment of Favour Williams. Favour Williams, as I said, is known as the Education and Youth Minister. Well, what qualifies her on paper? As I indicated to you earlier this week, she is eminently qualified by her academic training and technical competence in the field of finance. She is a chartered financial analyst, CFA by profession, a chartered financial analyst. She has an MBA with concentration in finance from the prestigious Wharton Business School, yes, at the University of Pennsylvania, yes, an Ivy League university in the United States of America. She also has a first degree with distinction, a BA cum laude, in economics from Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So she went to 2 of America's best, most prestigious universities, 2 of the Ivy Leagues. As I said, Mrs. Williams was elected MP in 2016. In terms of her work experience, she's a former executive director of Kingston Properties Limited. Prior to Kingston Properties, Favour Williams served as Chief Investment Officer at JMB Limited from March 2005 to September 2007. She had responsibilities for investment, spanning the trading department, investment research, and pensions. Also, during the period of September 2002 to February 2004, Mrs. Williams consulted with JMB in the areas of market risk management and investment research, where she led that company's efforts to develop investment research capabilities. Favour Williams also served as a head of the valuation and pricing team for JMB's public offering. In 2004, she consulted with the Financial Services Commission in the area of research and policy. Prior to returning to Jamaica, Favour Williams was a senior vice president at Putnam Investments in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. Putnam, a top 10 global mutual fund manager. Her investment work spanned a broad cross-section of industries. She also had portfolio management responsibilities for an equity portfolio product and led Putnam's efforts to incubate a market-neutral hedge fund. Favor Williams' investment experience also includes approximately 5 years as vice president at Wellington Management Company, also in Boston. Her focus was on fixed income securities investments. Prior to being at Wellington, she was a fixed income analyst at Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and shared a portfolio management responsibility for a US $3 billion portfolio. She was also a member of the team that provided macroeconomic and market input for both the strategic and tactical portfolio decisions. Favor Williams also gained experience at the Equitable Real Estate Investment Management in Chicago, Illinois. While there, she performed valuation analysis on commercial real estate properties. She also worked as an information systems analyst for Morgan Stanley, an American multinational financial services corporation that provides securities products and services to customers, including corporations, governments, financial institutions, and individuals. So, she's not only qualified academically, but she has a vast experience in finance. Yes? So, we didn't know this. Yeah? We know that I knew that she was bright. Yes? But I didn't know that the experience was so vast and of such depth. Favor Williams went to Ferncourt High School in St. Anne before she migrated to the United States. Yeah. And I will tell you, I've known Favor. I consider her a friend. She was one of our founding members here, directors and shareholders at Nationwide NNN. She has subsequently given up that investment. I will never forget the day when she called me and said she had to leave NNN and she will have to divest herself of her stake in NNN because she had made the decision to go into politics, right? So I know her from then. Yeah. She is bright, hardworking, diligent, yes, dogged in pursuit of her objectives. Yes. As I said earlier this week, she's not, the kind of communicator that is going to light up the room. Yeah, no. And that is a part of the job she'll have to work on as the new Minister of Finance now, to get that message across, to communicate, but she is eminently qualified for the job. Time for the break. After the break, more.
There you have it, a long extended history of Jamaica's new Minister of Finance, Favor Williams. And also, we're getting in some news here. The Prime Minister has just announced two by-election in, let me see if I can get it up here. Just a moment, please. I'm using two computers at the same time, and it's just driving me crazy. This is Make Me Talk breaking news. I'm also announcing the date for the by-election constituencies of Toulon Southern and St. Andrew Northwestern. Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and election day will be Friday, November 22nd, 2024, for both constituencies. I encourage all eligible voters to exercise their constitutional right. There you have it. Some big news this morning. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert will be going back to her old seat. The question this morning, though, and I need to put up everything here, and I need to see if I can get a hold of head boy to give me some more insight on this. What I don't understand is the election, the general election is so close, yet they're calling a by-election in the same breath. One moment for me. They're calling a by-election in the same breath. And that does not sit well with me. I think there's a part in the Constitution that speaks about by-elections and general election. Don't quote me on that. But as we hear now that Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert will be going back to her old Southern Trelawney seat. The by-election for that time is November. Hold on for me, please. November. Here we go. November 22nd. That's by-election for vacant seats across the country is November 22nd. Let me see if I can get this up in here because I don't know why did I log out of this. I don't remember my password for Facebook at all. Let me see something here. Uh-oh. Lord of mercy. I don't remember my password for Facebook. Anyway, let us see what we can do here to get this up and going. But based on what we're hearing now, announced by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, that Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert will be running for her old Trelawney Southern seat. That's Trelawney Southern. She will be running for that seat in a by-election on November 22nd. But I have been always asking, didn't she resign from that seat? Did she or didn't she not? I just thought maybe she just resigned from the speaker seat. I don't know. I'm trying to remember that. Based on what we know so far, in all of what we're hearing, that there is seats in St. Thomas. I am trying to get this up to hear what's going on in that area. But based on what we know so far, that, hold on for me here. That, okay, hold on. Let me go back to this here. Yes. Just in, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has just announced election for November 22nd, 2024 in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwest. Okay, those seats were left vacant. Not St. Andrew Northwest was left vacant by Dr. Nigel Clark. And the Trelawney Southern seat was left vacant by Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert. There is also by-election to be held in Morant Bay. Hold on for me. There is also by-election to be held in Morant Bay. Let me see if I can get this. Yes, here we go. In the Almond Town division of Morant Bay. You know that councillor had died in that area, and they have been asking for a by-election from ever since. When they called the by-election for St. Anne, the people of St. Thomas had been calling for a by-election then. I may have to try and get somebody out of St. Thomas to come on the phone here to speak to us. But the news that we are getting here, the news that we are getting into the Make We Talk newsroom is... This is Make We Talk breaking news. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has announced by-election for November 22nd in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwest. Both seats were left vacant by resignation of Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, and former Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark. Also, by-elections for vacant seats in St. Thomas. For vacant seats in St. Thomas in the Almerton division on November 22nd. Jamaicans to go to the poll in 2025. The general election is constitutionally due between now and 2025, but mainly 2025. So that's what we're getting here, that the seats that are left vacant by Marissa Dalrymple Philibert and the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, who departed Jamaica this morning. There was a video that I saw. He departed the country this morning. And also, the Prime Minister have announced, let me go back to what the Prime Minister have announced about Senator Dana Dixon, who is, let me get this up here. Yes, the Prime Minister have announced, here we go. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has announced not a by-election, I've read that before. Let me go back to this one here. Yes, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has announced that Favour Williams will be appointed Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. She replaced Dr. Nigel Clark, who left the post yesterday. Dr. Dana Morris Dixon will become Jamaica's new education minister. And she also will remain the Minister of Information. So there is the busy morning this morning, and the Prime Minister also announced, Prime Minister Andrew Holness announced a by-election for November 22nd, 2024 in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwest. Both seats were made vacant by the resignation of Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Dr. Nigel Clark, former Minister of Finance for Jamaica. A by-election will be held in the vacant Morant Bay Almerton division. A by-election will be held in the vacant Morant Bay Almerton division on November 22nd. There is some big news for the people of St. Thomas, who has been asking all along for a by-election. And the Prime Minister have decided to call a by-election, but I don't know. There is something telling me that under the Constitution, I don't think the Prime Minister breached the Constitution that much, but under the Constitution, there is supposed to be, well, let me not say that, because I don't know. I really don't know, so let me not say it. I hope you all are hearing me now. Much better. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has announced by-elections, appointments of ministers, and also Matthew Samuda will remain in his old Ministry of Water. I forgot to read that to you, but I think Matthew Samuda will go back to the Ministry of Water. Let me get this up here. Based on what we're hearing now, that there is Favour Williams will be appointed Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Dr. Dana Dixon, Jamaica's new Minister of Education. And there is by-elections in the constituencies of Trelawney Southern and Northwest St. Andrew. Those seats were left vacant by both the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Dr. Nigel Clark. The Education Ministry will go to Dr. Dana Dixon. She is the current Minister of Information. If you're watching the program earlier on, you see a lady with some curly hairs. That is the Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. New Minister of Education, rather. let me go back over to what is going on. Well, there's nothing going on with that news at Nationwide as yet, but I need to listen to what they're saying because they have more news than I do. And we need to hear what they are saying because sometimes you get some good news from them and sometimes you don't. But let us see what's going to happen here. Let us see what's going to happen here. Let's go back to this right here. But there you have it. Jamaica have new Minister of Finance and new Minister of Education. There is also by-elections. The Prime Minister announced by-elections for November 22nd, 2024 in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwest. Both seats were left vacant by the resignation of the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert. So let me see if I can put this right here that I don't look distracted. Yes, there we have it. So there is news that we all want to hear. The Prime Minister is not the Minister of Finance. He has appointed our Education Minister as Minister of Finance. He has appointed our new Minister of Finance. Education Minister is now the new Minister of Finance. And based on all of this that is going on here, based on all of this, all what is going on, let's see and hope if the Education Ministry will get a boost in it. As I've always been saying, Favour Williams does not fit the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education rather. She always fit the Ministry of Finance. She knows about finance. She's good on finance. She have been to school for accounting and so forth. Financing. I think she have an ACCA in accounting, a chartered accounting. So she knows about finance. And let's see if she can really balance the books in Jamaica and balance our budget. But there you have it. As we come on air, we have been on air from about 10 o'clock this morning, giving you coverage of what is going on. Let's go back over to what this radio station is saying because they're having some news that we need to get from them. Mr. Cliff Hughes. I know a lot of you don't want to listen, but there's some news that we need to listen to sometimes.
We are having an earthquake. Oh, God.
That's an earthquake?
Yes, Chris, it was an earthquake. It happened on October 30 last year, 10:53. It was a
1 year
magnitude
ago.
5.
Yes. Let's go back to what we were talking about. They were talking about the earthquake that happened 1 year ago in Jamaica. An earthquake that happened 1 year ago when he went on the table. I was an air when that happened too. And when I got the news, I put it out. But this is what we're speaking about right now. We are trying to get some other news that we need to give to you based on what we're hearing. I'm going to try and see if I can get. Okay, hold on. What is this? Yes, the Prime Minister was speaking about Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert also. Let me see if I can. Yes, he was speaking about Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert, who is becoming the Jamaica Labour Party candidate. She resigned from that seat, but based on what he's saying, that the people of Southern Trelawney is calling for Mama D, as she's affectionately known in that area. They call her Mama D. And he's saying that a lot of the people in Trelawney is calling back for Mauricia Dalrymple Philibert to run as their member of parliament. One moment for me, please. Let me plug this in here. One moment for me, please. Yes. They are calling for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to become their only member of parliament because they said that Mama D treat them well. And they don't want to let Mama D go anywhere. So they want Mama D as their member of parliament. Let me, I'm going to see if I can get somebody out of St. Thomas to come online here with us. Let's see if we can get someone to St. Thomas to come online here with us. Let me see if I can do that. One moment for me, please. Let me see if I can get somebody out of St. Thomas to come online with us. But there you have it. Let me get back this up here. Let me see if I can get somebody online here to come and speak to us about the by-election. The by-election will be held in the vacant Morant Bay Almal Town Division. I remember that there was a man who went to the hospital, a former councillor of that division, went to the hospital and he died because of negligence of the hospital over there at the Princess Margaret Hospital. So based on what we're hearing, there will be a by-election in Trelawney, one in Northwest St. Andrew. Let me run back the breaking news that everyone who are just coming on, as you just come on, we have some breaking news for you. This is Make We Talk breaking news. News coming into a new center. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has announced a by-elections for November 22nd, 2024 in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwestern. Both seats were left vacant by resignation of Marissa Dalrymple Philibert and Dr. Nigel Clark. There's also by-elections will be held in the vacant Morant Bay Almal Town Division on November 22nd. So there you have it. The people of St. Thomas, let everybody know that there will be a by-election in St. Thomas on November 22nd. On November 22nd, there will be by-elections across Jamaica. One in Trelawney Southern for the seat of Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, who is going back into representation politics. She's the former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Also, the former Minister of Finance, who left Jamaica this morning. His seat will be up for grab. I do not know if the People's National Party will be contesting those by-elections. Let us see if the People's National Party will be contesting the by-elections in Trelawney and in St. Andrew. Let us see if that's going to happen. I know they will be contesting the seat, the vacant council seat in Almal Town Division in St. Thomas. They will be contesting that seat. I'm pretty much sure about that. But the two other vacant seats in Trelawney Southern and St. Andrew Northwestern, we do not know if they'll be contesting that seat. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of somebody to speak to us about that. Let me figure out something here. I know head boy must be busy at the moment. I can't get a hold of him. Let me see if I can get a hold of somebody here. Let me get this over here. But based on what we are hearing in our news center here this morning, there will be a by-election in the Almal Town Division of St. Thomas. Let me get over here and figure out something here. We're going to try and we can get some people to come on to the news center here to speak to us. There is a lot of news coming into us this morning. Let me figure out something here. There's a lot of news coming to us this morning that unbelievable this morning that we are hearing this morning from the Prime Minister of Jamaica at a press conference at Jamaica House that Jamaica has a new Minister of Finance, and that's Favour Williams. Jamaica also has a new Minister of Education, Senator Dana Morris Dixon. She is the Minister of Information. She's now the Minister of Education. So Favour Williams will go to the Minister of Finance. She take over from Dr. Nigel Clark, who has resigned last night. He is on a flight out of here this morning, early this morning. He left Jamaica to Washington, D.C. to pick up his role as Deputy Managing Director of the IMF. Deputy Managing Director of the IMF. And now we're hearing that Minister Favour Williams is now Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Jamaica's new Minister of Education is Senator Dana Morris Dixon. She's the new Minister of Finance, the new Minister of Education, and she remained the Minister of Information. So there you have it. Also, by-elections all over the place come November 22nd. Come November 22nd, there is by-elections all over the place. By-elections in Trelawney Southern, St. Andrew Northwestern. By-election in St. Thomas. So three parishes will be having by-election. Trelawney, based on what I'm seeing here, Trelawney, St. Andrew, and Morant Bay in St. Thomas. Well, St. Thomas, yes. They will be having by-elections. I am trying to figure out something. I'm trying to get a hold of the Constitution here to find out something here, because let me figure out something here. Hold on for me, please. The Prime Minister also said that the people of Trelawney Southern are calling for their former Member of Parliament, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, to run in her old seat. We're hearing, but isn't the Jamaica Labour Party conference in November? I wonder if they're gonna call the general election that time. The PNP has a right to contest the by-election. Now, we don't know if they're going to contest the by-election. Election is called for everybody, not for JLP alone. Let us see. The PNP is going to contest the by-election. I don't know. They did not contest the by-election in St. Anne. I don't know if Dr. Dayton Campbell can give us an insight if they will contest the by-elections in Southern Trelawney and Northwestern St. Andrew. I don't know. I know they're going to contest the one in Morant Bay because the PNP has been calling for that all along. So let us see if that's going to happen. It is constitutional. The election, the general election is constitutionally due. What's that opening eyes on? That they will not contest the election? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if they will. I've been sending messages all over the place to some bigwigs in the People's National Party to find out if they're going to contest the elections come November 22nd. But let us all know that the general election is constitutionally due by February of next year. So I'm trying to figure out, why are you calling? You're gonna spend 20-something or 30-something million dollars on a by-election in St. Anne's a couple days ago or a month ago. So I don't understand. And now you're having by-elections again. That don't sound right. That don't sound cautious to me, but let us see. Let us see. The election. That's what I hope. That's what I think, that he may call the general election at conference. And that's what, whenever you see he go up to the podium. And that is why you see me, I don't care who don't like when I bring on certain people on when I have certain things is going on, because I don't like listen to hearsay. I like to listen to it directly from my ears. So when the JLP conference start, rest assured that this program will be bringing it to you live, because I want to hear if they will call a by-election, if they will call a general election from the conference floor. Well, Mike Henry and Aldershaw has not resigned. They have not officially resigned. They will. I heard that they will resign soon. Now, who will fill their vacants? I don't know. Who will be in their seat? I don't know. But based on what I am hearing, that Mike Henry, will retire from politics. Maybe they come the next general election. I am hearing that Manayard, Audley Shaw, stalwart in the Labour Party, will also retire from politics. Now, we don't know if J.C. Hutchinson will retire. But we know that Manayard, Audley Shaw is demitting office. You heard that Daryl Vaz said that he will demit office. This is his last time running as an MP. That's what we're told by him. So let us see what is going to happen. We don't know if anyone else will retire. We know that Dr. Peter David Phillips is about to retire from representation politics too, based on what we're hearing. Based on what we're hearing, that Dr. David Peter Phillips will retire from representation politics. Let me go over here and see if we can get something else from the Jamaica Gleaner to give to you. I was trying to get a hold of somebody in St. Thomas to speak to us. Yes, Matthew Samuda is to retake his position as minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So there you have it. Let me go back over everything for you. If you're just joining us, let me go back over everything for you. Let me go back over everything for you if you're just joining us based on what we have here now. This is Make We Talk breaking news. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness this morning announced the appointment of Favour Williams as Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. She will replace Dr. Nigel Clark, who demit office today, to take up a Deputy Managing Director post of the International Monetary Fund. The Education Ministry will now be led by Senator Dana Morris Dixon, who is in the office of the Prime Minister, who is also the Minister of Information. Matthew Samuda is to retake his position as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Samuda was elected as Member of Parliament for St. Ann Northeast. There were also rumors going around that Matthew Samuda will be taking up the Ministry of Finance. But I've always said this, that the best person to do so is Favour Williams. So there you have it. There you have it, that Favour Williams is Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Nigel Clark demit office today, and to take up a Deputy Managing Director position of the International Monetary Fund. And also Senator Dana Morris Dixon is Jamaica's new Minister of Education. She still remains Minister of Information. Minister Matthew Samuda is to retake the position as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Samuda was recently elected as Member of Parliament for St. Ann East. So there you have it, that all of this is coming into us, that all come November 22nd, there will be by-elections in this country. The election is constitutionally due next year. I don't know why you're spending so much money, though. I don't know why you're spending so much money, but let's watch and see what's going to happen. There's too much money being spent for this. You have by-election coming up. So how much all three by-election will cost in the country? If the one in St. Ann costs us $30-something million, one alone, I wonder how much all three gonna cost us. One in St. Ann, one in St. Andrew, one in Trelawney, and one in Morant Bay. That's three of them. I wonder how much that's gonna cost the entire nation. Plus, the general election gonna cost them. The general election maybe gonna cost us about $2 billion. The general election gonna cost about $2 billion. So we have to calculate the general election with the 3-4 by-elections. Let us wait and see how much these 2-3 by-elections are gonna cost us, plus the one in St. Ann, plus the general election in come February. Papa Jesus, wait, what can go so? What can go so? What can really go so? What can really go so? Let me go over here and see if I can get some more news into us here on the Mequitalk News Center. Okay. Let me go over here and see if we can get some more news into us. I want to open up the phone lines. I want to open up the phone lines for you all to call and tell me, what do you think? What do you think is going to cost the country 4 by-elections, 3 more to go, plus a general election? How much do you think it's going to cost the country? General election is not due next September. General election is due February of 2025. That I know of. The election is due February of 2025. Not September of 2025. I'm yet to be corrected on that, but I'm pretty much sure it's February of 2025. Let me. Jamaicans are in election mood. And come November 5th, that's this Tuesday coming, or next Tuesday coming. Come November 5th, election night in America. Election night in America. Let me figure out something here. Everybody running me down. Let me figure out something here. When is Jamaica's next election? Well, I'm starting to be corrected. Okay, you all win. Thank you. You all win. Yes, that's true. It's September 2025. Why was I thinking it was February? There's something happening in February, though. Thank you. Yes, it's September 25. Lakeland, thank you. And Love, thank you so much, and Sam. But something is happening in February of 2025. Why I keep on saying February of 2025? Something significant is happening in February 2025. Something significant happening. What is it? I can't remember. But I'm going to figure out something here. There is, let me read something here to you also. Okay. I don't know if you listened to the parliament yesterday. Remember of Parliament for St. Mary Western Robert Bobby Montague has doubled down on his call for hanging for people found guilty of crime which attract the death penalty. Robert Bobby Montague, and I remember he said something. Let me find this video here. He was speaking in the parliament. I think this is it. This is what he said.
Madam Speaker, the other solution I have is that it is time for us to arm the society. Any decent law-abiding citizen with a clean police record, no mental issues, or domestic violence conviction should be able to acquire a gun permit within 45 days of applying. Police statistics shows that over the last 10 years, 29 firearm holders have been murdered in Jamaica. 29. In addition, a total of 627 combined major crimes, including shootings, robbery, murder, larceny, have been committed against firearm holders. Madam Speaker, there are 45,000 licensed firearm holders in Jamaica today with 167,000 guns. But remember that persons have multiple licenses, multiple guns, plus there are security companies and gun clubs. There is an average of 30,000 firearm holders over the last 10-year period. Therefore, some 0.09 or 1% of licensed firearm holders have been murdered over a 10-year period, or an average of 0.01 per year. At 627 combined incidents of crime against firearm holders, it shows that only 2% have been affected by crime over the last 10-year period, or an average of 0.2 per year. The figures clearly show that if you are armed, criminals don't mess with you. The criminals have more advanced weapons than the police in many cases. The police and the army are held at bay for hours sometimes in a shootout. Yet we are calling on law-abiding citizens to join the fight against crime. What must they join with, Madam Speaker? Them two long hands, two stone and a cutlass? And what they must do with those? Madam Speaker, the long wait for a license sometimes criminalize the process. Police sources say a used 9mm firearm can be had for $200,000 to $300,000, while the decent law-abiding citizen has to suffer in waiting. It is the long wait sometimes that helps to corrupt the system. We must level the playing field and give the advantage to the law-abiding person. Of course, people will say hanging, the statistics show, is fit for purpose for Jamaica. It might not work elsewhere, but this 50-year study has clearly shown that hanging keeps murders low in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we should build 4 more gallows. 1 in the west, 1 on the south coast, 1 on the north coast, and 1 in the east. With 5 gallows, most areas will be within 1 hour of one of them. So as the judge passes sentence, straight to the gallows you go. And you must be hung by your neck until you are dead, 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 or until your teeth kill. If we don't want to hang, remove it from the books. But there is a conspiracy of vested interest not to hang, but they are not bold enough to bring that.
Good morning. Welcome to the program, Sir Clark. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sir Jeffrey. Thanks for having me.
Hold on for a minute. This is a resident of St. Thomas, the great-great-grandson of Paul Bogle. We're being told that by-election is November 22nd, sir.
So I've been told, Jeffrey, I was watching your broadcast, and I caught a piece of it. Surprising, long overdue though.
Yes.
Long overdue, and it technically is a constitutional breach. It should have been held before, and they went to Parliament for an extension, which the basis they looked for the extension was not warranted because they were using Earl as an excuse, and the burial did not affect St. Thomas much. And to be more specific, the area in which the by-election is slated for was recovered within less than 2 weeks after burial. The biggest damage was from tree falls and power lines, and we were recovered before 2 weeks was out. So there was no excuse to use burial to say the by-election couldn't be held. Now, the injustice is that the people of St. Thomas and the Marby division, by extension, was without or is without a council representative. And, persons have been neglected for the back to school and all of that. It's just been a fiasco. The parish is uneasy. They've had several demonstrations trying to get this by-election. But I think the parish is welcoming it at this point. Late, but not too late. So we are waiting to see the execution of this by-election, nomination and by-election, and then they will have a representative to represent them in the parish council. It matters not which party that is elected. That is my view. I don't care who is elected or they're democratically and legally elected. I have no problem. At least the people have a representative. But I will say that they must represent the people effectively. That is all I desire to see in my country. That elections are conducted fairly and democratically, and that persons, once they take office, they serve the people and not their party. Because it's a party only have a place when nomination is announced or nomination day, and the morning after election, they now represent the people and not the party. And that's all I ask of any elected official, is that you represent the people and not your party. Campaigning finished after election is counted and squared away, and the person is duly elected. That is my view.
I want to ask you a question, though, Sir Clark. When you look on Jamaica's political atmosphere now, Jamaicans are saying that, forget how much percent of Jamaicans say that they don't visit politics anymore. And then another recent poll showing that younger Jamaicans are switching to the People's National Party. What do you think is happening? Because in 2016, this prime minister used social media and young people to trump up support for the Labour Party. Now the young people are switching to the PNP. Do you think the PNP is doing enough to get support from the younger people in Jamaica?
It's an interesting question, Jeffrey. But let me carefully answer it. You ever saying, old people say, a cop mode kill cop. Yes, the GLP used the social media and the technology to promote themselves. But what I think happened is that they tapped into a generation that did not see a GLP government, and riding on the back of that. So what they were seeing to them was the worst thing. And then they use all the catchphrases and the taglines of the youth of the day, the new class of daddy and all that kind of stuff. And then they realize that the present government say X when they wanted to get into office. but then they have not delivered what, not even why. You know what I mean? And then we had some cases of the same social media, people were chastised and prosecuted based on this, the use of social media in whatever form they use it. But you see, when you set a bad example, it's going to come back and haunt you, it's going to bite you. And I think that's exactly what happened to the Labour Party. So they're now, the younger people are now talking to the older people and realize there's a difference in governance with one party to the other party. And I think that is why you're seeing a switch. And you see, you can't introduce me to something and then you use it to bash me or to prosecute me. They're not forgetful of the 100,000 and the this thousand people have to pay for social distancing and curfew break and no mask and all that kind of stuff. They're still remembering that. And what has happened is that the young people are more educated, they are making better decisions than their poor parents or their grandparents or their parents. So they're making wiser choices. And they're looking at who's sounding more politically correct or that is speaking what they want to hear. And I think that is where the change is coming. And people are really going back to the base. A lot of persons want the former administration persons have switched from it to support this young, vibrant prime minister, but then I think they have viewed him in a bad light. You know, go ahead.
Let me ask you this question though. A former speaker who was caught up in court hearing about official cars and all sorts of shebang around. Resign as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Resign as Member of Parliament for Trelawney Southern. This morning, the Prime Minister was asked at the press conference that Marissa Dalrymple Philibert will be having a comeback. He announced that Marissa Dalrymple Philibert will be representing the Jamaica Labour Party in the by-election in November 22nd. What is your views on that? Because he's saying that the people of Southern Trelawney is calling for her to come back. Your views on all of that?
What I understand from speaking to colleagues in government and other areas is that there should be a court hearing sometime soon to deal with her issue. And based on how they're saying it, she will be vindicated of the reasons why she had resigned. I find that very funny. And for a prime minister to come out and say that she's going to have a comeback and then the people want her. She resigned under questionable circumstances. There has not been a court hearing to deal with the issue. And I think there's supposed to be some kind of court proceeding. And that has not happened yet. So how are you going to say that and announce that at a press conference like this? It doesn't mean that the Prime Minister is frowning on the legal system and what the law dictates. Is he insulting the people of Jamaica to say, listen, she resigned, but she can't come back, but just forget about what happened. That's how it's going to come across. And I think that is really questionable, my brother.
At one point, Jamaicans were saying that the Prime Minister the Prime Minister would have taken up the position as Minister of Finance, which of that under our Constitution he can take up any ministry he wants. Because he's the head of the cabinet. The question for you though. If Andrew Holness this morning decided to take up the Ministry of Finance, how would it look on a country where this Prime Minister has 28 bank accounts? It doesn't look good. It does not good in the international scene. And if he had taken up that position as Minister of Finance, how would that look to you as a Jamaican citizen?
Let me answer to that question. Does FID fall under the Ministry of Finance?
Yes, they do.
That's a conflict, and that would be a conflict.
Hmm.
All right. I know from my assessment, I don't think Favor Williams under the Ministry of Finance well. That's why she was moved.
No, I think
I know.
no. Hold on there. I think all along, Andrew had in the back of his head that he was gonna put Nigel there. So they just put Favor there to just cover up the seat for the time being, and then after when Nigel came in now, they appoint Nigel as Minister of Finance. But what happened? You know, it goes around, you know, that God have a way of putting things around, you know. Is who get it back? Because Favor Williams does not fit to be Minister of Education.
We know that. And Jeffrey, to be frank, what I understand is that PSOJ and all those big organizations wanted somebody with a doctorate to handle the Ministry of Finance. And they would have settled for I think a master's, something like that. And they couldn't find anybody in the ministry, in the cabinet or the governing side to handle that portfolio. And that's why it took so long to appoint somebody. That's what I've been hearing in the
No. Hold on there. Under our constitution, you can't appoint a person to the ministry unless the person who is there officially resigned and leave. If you did that, do you be breaching the constitution?
No, but I know all of that, you know, but that's why I never heard any names trumping.
Oh, okay.
Because they couldn't find anybody with that qualification. So PSOG have been on them about it. That's what I understand. How true it is, I'm not sure, but that's what I was hearing on the whispering. But it's interesting that Favor is back there. I wonder for how long. You know, it is interesting days going forward based on the IC report and all of that. But you know, there's a question I want to ask to Jeffrey, and maybe you can tell me. How come the IC report never stated source of funds for these accounts? But it's saying that his salary didn't match these amounts of.
That's a very good question, you know, and I don't know. I don't have the IC act in front of me rather to really go through that. But I don't, and my good friend Wilfred Radigan who goes through all of that is unavailable at the moment. I don't know how to answer you. Say what I can say though is that if the IC found that the Prime Minister has funds on his account, I have things that does not match up to his salary. That is illicit enrichment, and that calls for investigation, and that is why the IC is sending this to the FID. But hold on there. Favor Williams going to the FID. Favor Williams going to the Ministry of Finance. She will be in charge of the FID.
Exactly.
So,
but Jeffrey, I have another question.
Yes.
Another question. I want to know who in the PMP is on an investigation for illicit enrichment or have multiple accounts that don't match their investments and salaries. There must be one or two there.
Based on what I'm hearing, there's none. The only person who was late in paying certain things was my good friend Michael Phillips. And he came out and said XQYZ and he apologized. Based on what we're hearing, I don't know if there's anybody because the IC, and not only that, you know, the IC has a duty to tell the Jamaican people who are the other people who are on an investigation. Because they said, well, you know, they said 6 parliamentarians and how much civil servant?
Right.
And we hear nothing about the civil servants.
So I'm curious. I want to know who these people are because they're talking about X amount of people, and I'm only hearing about the prime minister. I think the country needs to know who they are, and it would take some bad light off of the prime minister if they release these other names because there's too much focus on the prime minister. I don't like it. Seems a bit biased and like it's a vindictiveness. I don't like that.
What?
You know, that is just the prime minister they're talking about. It should be if there are other persons there we need to know, and especially if they are from the position.
You're correct. We need to know. But I think why they are double down on the PM. The PM is the head of government. He's the prime minister of the country. He going to represent Jamaica all over the place. And I think that's why they double down on him so much. But on the other hand, too, the prime minister came out and said that he was never on an investigation. And he lied to the people of the country.
Okay.
Because when you listen to other reports coming out, the PM keep on saying XQYZ when the PM, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, I can find back on Daniel Archer thing here. Let's see if I can find it. Where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, where it is. Here it is. Daniel Archer. Hold on, where did separate you again? Here it is.
For months, and I sat down and I looked at the dates. For months, we were at that point where we said nobody knew if they were being investigated. The Integrity Commission didn't send a letter. I don't know. Nobody has said anything to me. When you look at this report, the initial communication was September 30, 2022, regarding the omissions in the 2021 statutory declaration. There were follow-up requests to provide additional information and corrections. February 23, 2023, March 6, 2023, March 12, 2023, April 4, 2023. He was interviewed on January 12, 2023. Further meetings and interviews were had, and a significant meeting was had on the 31st of August, 2023. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023. I'm going to make sure I write them down because we don't want to make no error. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023, informing him of the referral received for investigations regarding his 2021 statutory declarations, and the referral raised concerns about potential illicit enrichment and other issues. So here is the problem. Even if we're not concerned about the veracity, the truth in these documents, I am concerned that my leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, did not tell me as a voter, as an individual, as a citizen, that he knew that he was being questioned. All this time we were operating under the pretext that this was a dopey thing. Nobody know nothing about it. Now, when you look at this report, and this is when you want to ask for facts, if you don't think the money is important, the honesty, the truth is important, because you made me feel that nothing never goes so. And if you have interviews, you have emails, you have meetings, and a one-on-one thing. One of the meetings were held at his office. So tell me, Dion, as a Jamaican, even if I don't believe that the Barita people them said the thing right or the bond thing not right, and I adequately earn my money, why would you not tell me that you knew that you were being questioned?
And that is what the Jamaican people are saying. That you knew you were on an investigation. You said to journalists, you look far and wide. Sir Clark?
No, I'm here.
He said.
There's a question more to ask you, Jeffrey.
Yes.
You know the Constitution of Jamaica more than me.
Well.
Is there such a thing in there as Prime Minister immunity?
No. And there
only
nothing in
the President of the US have that.
Pardon me?
Only the President of the US have that.
President in waiting, yes.
Okay.
Not that I know of. I don't know if they can still speak about Prime Minister in waiting. No. The Prime Minister, the Constitution of Jamaica does not speak about a Deputy Prime Minister either.
Me know that. We know that. Interesting times, Sir Jeffrey, very interesting times. But I think the Jamaican people need to know, especially we're in the runway to a general election. I think the people need to be informed as to who these people are, and especially if there's any on the opposition side. That's what I really want to know about.
Well, the opposition leader comes out and said that no, I have interviewed my good friend Senator Morris on this platform here, and she said no, she's not an investigation that she know of. I have spoken to people privately, and they said no. So I don't know.
But Jeffrey,
yes,
if the Prime Minister say he was not on an investigation, what stop the position for doing the same thing?
That's another thing again.
That's what I'm trying to say. No. The opposition leader said and impeach them and say, but who? Because I was surprised when I hear Michael name call.
Who, Michelle Charles?
No, Michael.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah, no put me in a pocket. But
I apologize.
but what I'm saying is, Jeffrey, I was surprised when I heard Michael Phillips' name call. I mean, I said, but me hear the opposition leader said, him asked everybody name in group, and them said everybody was clean. So I was surprised. But what I was appreciative of, it was not as alarming as what has been said about others. That's what I appreciated. But I still want to know who the 6 or the 8 or the 13 is. That's what I want to know.
And the only person who can tell the Jamaican people that is the Integrity Commission. And the people of Jamaica the people of Jamaica, we are spending $2 billion to the Integrity Commission. They're spending taxpayers' money. And with all due respect to Justice Seymour Panton, the Jamaican people, before this general election is called, should know who are the rest of people on the investigation. It cannot be that we sit down here speculating as voters of this country, as citizens of this country. It cannot be. Although the IC, Integrity Commission, says the answer to no one, but you're answerable to the taxpayers of this country, though. $2 billion is given to you to investigate these people in this country who hold high positions in this country. The people of the Vumvavan, the Vumvavi. Go ahead for Mr. Clark.
There's something I saw the other day. MP Warmington was making a statement. And based on what he said, this statement was about, when he actually read it, I was hearing more than what he was supposed to be talking about. And when I heard that the speaker had to edit the statement before he could have presented, and then I heard the opposition stand up and was opposing what he was saying.
Because you know why? You know why? Everett Warmington is a mischief maker for the Parliament of Jamaica. And when I say that, I mean it in this way. Mr. Warmington sits on the Oversight Committee of Parliament. Yes. So he knows when the report comes, he has to sign off on it. And there was an audit that came into the Parliament. And based on what I know so far, what I hear, that Mr. Warmington sign off on it. So for him now to come and say he wants an audit And the only person who can audit the Integrity Commission is the Auditor General. And Mrs. Monroe Ellis sits on the IC. So there you go, the conflict of interest again.
That's what I pulled from it. That's why I answer the question. Because I just no, but what I found funny though was that the speaker had to edit his statement. So what was the original? What was in there that had to be edited? What was in there?
And not only that, we're talking about that. The Jamaica Labour Party must spend how much billions or millions of dollars of taxpayers' money on FinSac. The people of this country must know who benefit from FinSac. Why did Dr. Nigel Clark doctor the FinSac report? Why did
he was on clip yesterday. He said he was on clip yesterday and said he was not the one who did it.
So who did it then?
It was the minister. He said the Ministry of Finance did it.
On whose advice?
Not it. Well, him said no, not to do with it. He was on clip news yesterday. That's what he said.
The ministry, nobody in the Ministry of Finance, apart from the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance, nobody else has the authority to doctor a report than the minister himself. He has to give the go ahead to do it. So he's lying to the people of this country.
But Jeffrey, let me say this to you. I have always said years back, from things that come out and all of that, I've always said that the people of Jamaica is 20 years from now, that was back then, people will start to appreciate former Finance Minister Omar Davis. And I said it even more when Obama became president. I can't remember what Obama saying the name. And he was buying back old cars and he was giving the car companies money to pump into their business and some other entities and banks and so forth. I said, but this is FinSac. That's what I said to myself. You know? And I kept making the statement again. And based on what you used to hear about FinSac, and when I heard former Minister of Finance Omar Davis spoke on your rebroadcast, believe you me, I was shocked.
I was shocked too.
I was shocked.
And that is why I called my good friend Colin Bell in Portland about it. I was shocked.
And let me say this to you. And the truth is, I don't think he was lying. I think he was speaking the truth. And the truth is, Jeffrey, I take my hat off to him. I have respect for him going forward. And let me tell you something. And he was a decent gentleman not to even name names of persons who benefited or to throw shades at anybody. He never did. And I appreciate that. Because based on how he was bashed and all of that, he could have handled that interview way different. Way different. But he gave us enough information to understand and have a better understanding of exactly what FinSac did. I was surprised that people got back their money. How it was said that people never get back their money. That's how it was communicated back then. And you would hear it on political platforms up to this day, people throwing about FinSac. And when I heard that man speak, oh God, man, believe you me, I was surprised. I was surprised, Jeffrey. And I really thank you for rebroadcasting because I never saw the original interview.
Yeah, I was here one Saturday morning and my good friend Christopher Campbell sent it to me. Colin Bell and I is very good friends, you know. And when I switched over to Colin Bell's channel, I saw it and I wait until Dr. Davis finished. And I called Colin live on here. I didn't know that people get back their money from FinSac.
I never know.
I didn't know. Because a lot of people been through hell and back because A lot of parliamentarians sitting in the parliament now by Finsack House.
Jeffrey, don't put me in a pocket.
Me not
Ah,
me not call no name. So when you throw whatever you throw in a pit, whosoever
I don't think it's one benefit. I don't think it's two. I think it's a lot of them. And I believe I was just gonna say that. I believe it's a both side. Well, me know one. I know one that is on the other side of the fence that benefit. I know that for sure.
Yes. You and I know who we talking about.
Mm-hmm. No, me not have somebody different from what you were talking about. I know who you're talking. Yeah, man, but I just let that one the rest. Ah, God. You know, I don't like corruption. I have it upsetting to me. It makes me nauseous. I believe when somebody is elected, you're supposed to come and perform transparent and above board and in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. I strongly believe in that. I believe in integrity and character. You see, when I'm living up, you see, you know, you ever talk funeral, it's 2 days people want to sit on program, you know. The date the man born and the date he'll dead, you know. But there's a little dash between.
I want to switch conversation here for a minute.
Mm.
And if you don't want to go down that road with me or answer any question, if you hear anything about it, they can say, Jeffrey, leave it there.
Mm.
It was brought to my attention that, I don't know if you hear about it, that some mal quarry in a St. Thomas, the quarry wasn't good. The mal wasn't tested properly, wasn't good. And they mauled the road in St. Thomas and put Barbara Green on it. That's why the road's sinking. You hear anything about that?
I've heard talk of it. I can't prove it, but I've heard of it. But I've heard of it, and I heard it in high and low places. I can say I've seen man moving all over the place from different directions. If they are approved, I don't know. I can't say, but that's hot water though, Jeffrey. Hot water.
Well,
Very hot water. But I will tell you this. I am gonna, let me say this before I finish. But I will commend our Costas, the most senior Costas of Jamaica.
Yes.
She highlighted a section of roadway, like the Thursday and the Friday, it got attention. And it is being repaired as we speak. And maybe it come I've been that way a while. But I commend her for her boldness. Marcia Bennett or Senior Costas. Most Senior Costas of Jamaica. She boldly stood out and spoke about it. And the next day I saw a team on the ground. And by days after, it was
by the former Minister of Misinformation, no Minister of whatever.
Yes, he was there, and Stephen Shaw, our lovely mayor, was there too.
Well,
yeah.
Well, Jeffrey shut him out. The minister or Stephen Shaw must tell the Jamaican people who for quarry, which big politician quarry in a St. Thomas, where the man no good. On the road, poor people road with it. Taxpayers road. And that's why the road is sinking in St. Thomas. Stephen Shaw
right now,
tell the people of Jamaica who for quarry they use. Along with the minister. Go ahead for me.
Yes.
Myself this morning here.
Right now, it's not just the one section that was highlighted. It's in the same situation, you know. Even there's other sections that have the same problem.
Oh Lord.
It's all over. They have done extensive repairs and we have dug up sections in from our Harbour View stretch from right to a lot of places have been dug up and resurfaced. So it's a problem that is plaguing the entire stretch of road.
With the same mall issue.
Yes.
Somebody
Same
go to
issue.
prison.
I don't think the asphalt is of the right quality either.
Here you again.
My opinion. My opinion. My opinion.
Listen, I have the pleasure of traveling. I wouldn't say the world, but I've traveled. Up to a couple of days ago, I was talking to Wilfred Rattigan. He was driving somewhere in Washington. And he started laughing. So I started giving a joke. He said to me, "No, I'm not laughing at anything that you said or whatever. You know. I am laughing because I had just passed some people doing a part of the roadway that lead to somewhere again. I think somewhere to Maryland. And he said to me, Jeffrey, if it's the thickness of the asphalt, you wouldn't believe it. The thickness of the asphalt. Now in Jamaica, if they get 1 inch asphalt on the road, they say, God be praised. Everybody have been near my food.
Can I say something to you?
Go ahead.
There's a stretch of roadway. It was the best piece of roadway in St. Thomas. The Prospect stretch. That's between Retreat to Leashaw. You don't want to speed and test out your car and go there, so back in the days. And that roadway should have been 4 inches of asphalt. I think it only got 2 inches. And it was that road stood up long. You understand me? And they dig it up and repair the whole thing. And right now, it's not going to stand up as long as that one. I start our problem already. So I know that's something is wrong with the asphalt quality. We know that.
You know something.
We don't need glasses.
You know something, Sir Clark? Lord have his mercy, dear God Almighty. It's if we should check up in this country from 1962 and to present of the amount of money both cost overrun and the amount of money they rob from poor people in this country. If we should check up in it could have build a brand new Jamaica.
I believe so too. Therefore, the truth is, that stretch of state such a road I just spoke about, over 5 contractors on it. Over 5 different contractors in a one piece of road. Probably about 8 or 10. Believe you me.
Hold on, Sir Clark. For 1 piece of such a road?
Yes, and that's such a road too.
So hold on.
That's such a road. Yeah, no man. That's such a road was the first piece of road I started work on in a St. Thomas. And then the last piece of done.
So that means that everybody have contract all down to the very dog and foul have contract to build road.
I would know. I don't know, sir. I don't know the contractor there.
Yeah, God.
I don't know. But Jeffrey, let me tell you something, man. I have lived overseas and I've seen road work done. And I've never seen any of them road them mash up something.
No, sir.
No.
I've always used the Norman Manley Boulevard in Negril as an example of roads in Jamaica that I know. All right. Look on the roads that the Chinese build, the highway the Chinese build.
That not last enough.
Here you know, Jesus. What happened to that now?
Then, all right. But my to say, Harbour View straight up is problem, you know. It's a Chinese built from Harbour View to Yellow Bridge, you know.
And that creating problem too?
You know, you must say, it was just not highlighted. Remember, the Chinese, everything mass production in it. And them grab mall here, there, and everywhere. Understand me?
And all who never own quarry that time there. Mama.
I'm if you tell you, brother. I wish me the one without make a piece of food.
Lord Jesus. Because
you're so fortunate.
Hello, may I have paperwork for certain things, you know. But I can't say nothing.
I say I go on, Jeffrey.
You turn there. Me
Okay.
hear say, hold on a man. Me hear say, well, not here. People will come to me, but I still here. Say a certain person in a high position in a St. Thomas have all truck that go in a quarry. Where the man and the quarry know what trip and happening. You don't have no texter. You don't have no texture. You don't have no quality. And that is why the roads are being the road in a sink in a St. Thomas.
I want now.
Mama me, mo, me mo.
Yeah, open my eye, Mr. Jeffrey. Open my eye, open my eye. Open my eye.
Aye, aye.
You know,
don't
it's
you trouble
interesting.
Zion.
It's interesting times, believe me. But Jeffrey, me have no one leave here.
I know you have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen though. Your views on hotel workers in Negril, where hotel workers across Jamaica. The minister went down to Negril because there was a mass demonstration hotel down there. And the minister didn't see it fit to meet with the hotel staff, but he met with the hotel people of the Vumba, the Bucky Masters there. Your
Yeah, that is a bad. Jeffrey, let me say to you, we are in 2024. My great grandfather fought the rebellion in 1865.
Yeah.
It's nothing different. Nothing different. And you would see that, would remember that hotel, I think it was Moby, St. James, that the people, they fight off the hotel worker. And they find one time, they cuss off the manager and walk off of the job and say, want the money. You remember that one?
Yeah, man, I remember.
It's not different. We're just a little bit more fortunate than Cuba, you know, where a black man or a Cuban resident couldn't walk through the front door of the hotel. You know. They were third class citizens in their own country. Hotel workers are less than third class citizens in the hotels. They are treated with no regard. They're not paid properly. They are dealt with as if it's a backermaster thing. When you start smiling, there's a lot of suppression of anger coming this behind those smiles. It's like hotel worker again.
But what I don't understand though, Sir Clark, what I don't understand is this. How is it that we allow investors to come into our country? We do not know what the minister of the government signed with these hoteliers, you know. There's nothing put out that they sign, okay, whatever. We only can speculate that they sign, say, look here, treat the Jamaican black Congos like slaves because we treat them like slaves too.
It makes you wonder what was agreed to. But we have a Ministry of Labor, and they should go into these hotels and investigate, do some undercover work in there. You know what I'm saying? To see how these workers are being treated. But they can't be treated with scant regard. They must be treated like human beings and with the utmost respect.
Hold on for me. Lakeland, I'm trying to find the Gleaner report, Sir Lakeland, in the chat room, where the Minister of Tourism check out how much $1 million page in the Gleaner. But himself, they congratulating oneself. Lakeland, if you have that for me, can you send it to my phone number, please? Send it to my WhatsApp. Because I've been searching for it and I can't find it.
Oh boy.
This country, this country. Everybody come here for name food.
But it has to stop doing that, Jeffrey. It has to stop. It has to stop.
Sick layman lazy. And some of these politicians in a high authority in this country, they're not enough for them name, you know. They have their personal driver name. They have their maid name. Then that name, because me hear all gas station in a driver name.
Yes.
Yes.
Honestly, Jeffrey, I seriously think that when a person puts himself up or herself up for elected office, I think he's supposed to go there to represent the people with the greatest of regard
Mhm.
and professionalism, transparency, everything. Best interest of your people. That is what I want to see. That is what I think anybody that puts themselves up for elected office. And when the Prime Minister said that he's raising the salary of the parliamentarian, that we'd get a better crop of people.
Mhm.
Me kind of like that statement, but me still don't see that.
Hmm. Tell you
I
something,
don't see
friend.
that.
You will never see that because of what is going on in this country. If you're just joining us, hold on for Mr. Clark. If you're just joining us on the Make We Talk program, we have a long morning this morning. A very long morning. If you just join us, we're going to give you some item of news that just came into us. This is Make We Talk breaking news. News into us that Jamaica's new Minister of Finance, Favor Williams, will become Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Jamaica's new Minister of Education, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, is Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Jamaicans will go to the polls in by-elections in 3 parishes: St. Andrew, Trelawney, and St. Thomas. That's 3 by-elections announced by the Prime Minister this morning. Jamaicans will go to the polls in 3 parishes: Trelawney, St. Andrew, and St. Thomas. That is the news coming into us this morning, that Jamaica's new Minister of Finance is Lady Williams. She's Jamaica's new Minister of Finance. Christopher, how are you doing in the motherland? Good morning and good afternoon to you, my friend, in the belts of our motherland there in South Africa. Good morning and good afternoon to you, sir. I would mind if you could give me a call in a Chris from the motherland. Sir Clark. Sir Clark? Oh, Lord. You see that they kick him out of the program? My God. Oh, I was wondering if I jump in a pothole over there, I lost you.
No, man, a call was coming in, but me have to go.
Yes. All right, man. Thanks for coming on. There you have it. Hold on for me. Okay, I see something coming into my phone here. I need to get this. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, Lord. I want to listen to this here on the platform here. One moment for me, please. Okay, I need to play this on the program here. Let me get this out of the way here. What's going on here, JT? Hold on a minute for me. People, hold on a minute for me, please. Let me get this out of the way here. Where is this coming from? One moment for me, please. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, this is the Make We Talk program with yours truly, Jeffrey T. Okay, I want to play something here for you that just came into me. I know it's still news, but I think we need to play it here on the platform here. It was just sent to me a while ago.
Until last evening, it was announced in
What's going on here?
would take the post as Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund effective Thursday, October 31st. Addressing JLP supporters, his resignation will take effect at midnight. Okay.
As a matter of information, though, he's going to take over from Antoinette Saye, one of 4 deputy managing directors.
Right.
So the IMF has 4 deputy managing directors.
Right.
So it's not that he's the deputy managing director, he's one of 4.
One of 4.
Right.
Yeah.
Back to his record now. When he took over, the debt to GDP was 120%.
Right.
And he's now brought it down to 72%.
Right.
When he took over, the fiscal surplus was 0.6% of GDP.
Right.
The fiscal deficit is now 1.7% of GDP.
Right.
When he took over, poverty was 12%. Poverty is now 20%.
Right.
When he took over, inflation was 3.7%. Inflation is now 5.7%.
Okay.
When he took over, the economy was growing at 1%. His own favorite agency, the PIOJ, tells us that the economy grew by 0.8% during the first 6 months of this year.
Right.
When he took over, the dollar was 121. The dollar is now 159 after 52 billion in central bank intervention.
What was it before?
121.
121. I think people are saying 121 and 20 cents or something like that.
Precisely.
Right.
That's now $159 change after heavy central bank intervention.
Right.
The country's infrastructure is in a state of dereliction.
Right.
We have the lowest unemployment rate, but we have diminishing marginal productivity.
Right.
Per capita GDP is not increasing.
Right.
So that's his true record.
All right. So let's take these into the.
This was sent to me. If you're listening to this carefully, the one who is talking about the things are going whatever, in the sense of how when he came in and when he go down and so forth, that's Ralston Hyman. And I must say thanks to Granville Valentine of the NW who sent this to me. I want you all to listen to some more of this.
Different areas. So fiscal management. Let's start from fiscal management. He has reduced the
debt to GDP ratio.
Right.
From 120 to 72 now.
All right. So that's a tick. All right. That's a tick.
Is now, after spending $3 trillion to service the debt is still higher than before he became the finance minister. So the debt is now 2.3 trillion.
Right.
What? The debt for Jamaica, Jamaica's national debt, stands at $2.3 trillion. Minister Nigel Clark, Jamaica's former world-class minister, leave Jamaica's national debt. It grew under his watch to $2.3 trillion. 2.2 trillion. So all when me gone home to Jamaica, for me and for your pitney and God pitney and pitney where you adapt. And for them pitney can't pay this and that. 2.3 trillion Jamaican, well, maybe Jamaican dollars, yes. 2.2 trillion or $2.3 trillion. Listen to some more of what Mr. Hyman is saying.
From $2 trillion.
All right, so hold on. Let's go. Look, we want to make sure that this is broken down because somebody takes it today and say, kindly take today and help us, even for 10 minutes, to break down this thing. So he has managed the debt to GDP, but in absolute terms, the debt itself is larger by, let's work out the percentage. We want people to find this out. So it was what before?
$2 trillion.
$2 trillion.
To 2.3.
2.3 trillion. Wow.
It's still borrowing. This year we're borrowing $260 billion.
Is that 15% higher?
Yeah.
So hold on there. When he took over as Minister of Finance for Jamaica, Jamaica's debt was $2 trillion. Nigel Clark leave Jamaica, gone to IMF. And Jamaica's debt now stand at $2.3 trillion. I need some white rum.
And a lot of the in terms of the reduction. Yeah, that's why people need to understand. A lot of the reduction was due to making the Bank of Jamaica independent and taking out the Bank of Jamaica. Yes. Yeah. So people need to understand the juggling that took place. It's just moving numbers.
So I'm kind of shocked.
I know.
So it was $2 trillion before he took over. Yeah. It's now
$2.3 trillion.
$2.3 trillion. All right. So folk, easy math. If you take that, since it's 2, take the 2 into the 0.3, you're gonna end up with 15%. Right? You split that, right?
This year alone, we're borrowing $260 billion.
So you're borrowing while you're paying this down. Why?
Okay.
Let's look at why.
Why?
May I make a guess? Because the production hasn't gone up.
Simple.
So young ones, if you are paying your neighbor, right? You're paying your neighbor. Let's call your neighbor Mr. Brown. You're paying your neighbor, and you're paying your neighbor in an accelerated manner because you'd want to feel good with your neighbor. But you're borrowing
from Mr. Forbes.
Oh, that's a good one. Yes,
Mr.
Forbes. Right, you're borrowing from Forbes to pay your neighbor. Forbes, have mercy on us.
Yeah.
Then do you have the right to put your hand up to when we have the neighborhood watch and the community association comes together?
Yeah.
Do you have a right to put up your hand and say we're getting better?
No. Because the Forbes can just easily point you out and say, boy, you there, boy, shut up.
Give me my money. Forbes don't do that to us, okay?
Now, if you were producing,
yes,
then you could put up your hand and shout loudly.
Right.
Say, boy, I am producing so I can pay back.
Right.
Yeah.
And in the context of this, the infrastructure, well, it took me 15 minutes to cross a junction a while ago. It took me 15 minutes, literally, from where this road that turns, so just up there.
Route Van.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it took me 15 minutes from there just to cross to get to the where we can turn.
All right. So if we brought it down to a household, is that Mr. Forbes' driveway is so bad that it's taking 15 minutes to get into the yard and from the yard to the road?
That's crazy.
Yet he's boasting that everything is okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then when you go in the house now, him don't have any proper solid waste management, garbage collection. Him don't ever have a garbage thing in our kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the place can't paint. Yeah.
And we get to the worst part, but I think let's take the break. Let's take the break and come back.
You're listening to Pearl 106 FM. The time is now
11:19.
Hold on there for me. We soon come back to that. Let me take out this out of the thing here because this is some interesting time here. Very interesting time. Very, very interesting times. Father, help us, oh Lord. When the Minister of Finance, Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance, took over as Minister of Finance, Jamaica's national debt stood at $2 trillion. Nigel Clark leave Jamaica this morning. Good afternoon, you're live on air.
Yes, right?
You're live on air, Conrad.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I just saw your message, Referee. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What is your views on Nigel Clark gone? Jamaica's debt when he took over was $2 trillion, and now what Ralstonheimer is saying to us that Jamaica's debt now stands at $2.3 trillion.
Oh my goodness, you catch me almost off guard, Jeffrey, but as a soldier, we always prepare for war. So let me try my best. First of all, let me say thanks for having me and good morning. Well, good afternoon to your listener across the diaspora, the Caribbean, and indeed those here in Jamaica. Jeffrey, very interesting developments. Coming out of the press conference with the Prime Minister, and indeed what we're seeing with Nigel Clark's departure. Certainly, there are we need to do a lot of postmortem, or do the postmortem with Nigel leaving. Because a lot of people want to have us believe that Nigel was the brightest star in the sky. And certain, but when you drill down, you recognize that there's just so much flaw, there's so much misstep, and there's just so much suffering, hardship on the Jamaican people on the Nigel's tenure. As you say, something that basically pointed glaringly at us. They talk about the paying down of the debt. But when he took over, as Ralston, the guru, said, the debt was 2 trillion, and now it is 2.3 trillion or something like that, and counting, right? So when you so it begs the question as to what all this means when we talk about the reduction of the debt. Because when you look at it in terms of the percentage, because we have a higher volume now in percentage term, then it seems as if we are a little low. We are about 70% of debt to GDP ratio. But also in that, Jeffrey, that we must point out, in paying down the debt so rapidly, even over and above what the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank required us to pay, it shows that our schools, our hospital, our police station, and not to mention the road network here in Jamaica, Jeffrey, and anybody who you talk to, you have family members all over the country. Just pick up your phone and call any one of them from any parish, any district, and they will tell you that the road network is in a deplorable condition. That is to include farm roads and so on and so forth. So that impact productivity. We hear the PSOJ recently came out and talk about observing morphing the 2 days into one, the Emancipation Day, and said that is impacted because productivity is being impacted. However, I think they were barking up the wrong tree, because the thing that impact productivity is the poor road network, the dilapidated buses that's in the fleet at the JUTC, and so on and so forth. And we could go on and on. But I want to now just move into the fact that Favour Williams is now at upper hero circle, as I like to call it. She moved from lower to upper hero circle. And I must say that Monday, Jeffrey, in my opening commentary, and I think that I'm probably the only person on mainstream radio that really gave that kind of comprehensive coverage and say that my best bet is that Favour Williams will be named the Minister of Finance. And I did buttress my point with her background and the fact that she had some experience there in the ministry, so she would know her way around the block. A lot of people, including commentators such as my good friend Jermaine Barrett, all of them believe that the Prime Minister would take it and that the Prime Minister would be good for it. And I pushed back. I said, no, it would be a very, very dark day for Jamaica with the cloud that the Prime Minister, and pun intended there, the cloud that the Prime Minister is under, for him to promote himself to the Minister of Finance. And I think that wisdom, good wisdom, has prevailed. The question is still out as to how well Favour will do at education. There were certainly some asterisk against her name at Ministry of Education. Some people believe that she, wasn't doing the best job. I myself believe that she was trying, and personally, I must tell you that I must say this. I personally, I like Favour. I like her. She's of a quiet demeanor and so on. So sometimes she is sort of being overlooked. But I think she was getting some things done in a quiet way. The Ministry of Education is a tough ministry. So too is finance. So too is finance. But finance probably is more her forte by way of training. By way of training. So let's give her the opportunity. Let's give her the chance.
Hold on to me, Conrad. Hold on to me, Conrad. We're speaking to Conrad O'Brien from New Start 93 FM, a good friend of mine who I take him off guard to bring him on the program here to talk to us about his views on Nigel Clark leaving a country in debt of 2.3 trillion and Favour Williams moving from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Finance and Dana Morris moving to the Ministry of Education. Conrad, continue. Welcome back to the program. Go ahead.
Yes. So we're seeing that Favour being kicked up the value chain. He is now second in the pecking order in terms of minister, because your finance minister is really number 2 to the prime minister, in terms of cabinet ranking. So I am prepared to see what she will do. Will she continue along the same trajectory? Will she ease a little so that we can see, the road network and certain things get some attention here in the country? The jury is out on that. Or will she maintain that very, very tight fiscal space that Nigel Clark had pursued, which in truth and in fact allow the people of Jamaica not to see any benefit, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid. And that is where the Jamaica Labour Party government is at this time, and hence we're seeing them hemorrhaging in the poll. The loss done and the support, just a second, referee, the loss done and the support that came out on Sunday showed that the JLP is underwater. They are down by 9 percentage points, which is a clear 6 percentage point lead outside of the margin of error. No, Jeffrey, when you put that into seat count, because remember now that the margin of error could give the party, the PNP, another 3% on top of the 9. So that could mean that the PNP could be looking at a landslide here in Jamaica.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But Conrad, let's go to Lady Favour Williams. Favour Williams is not a charismatic leader, She's a woman who is very quiet, and we going to the Ministry of Finance, gonna need somebody to prep her up, in the sense of going out there and be talking to she and the old lady.
Yeah, but here what happens, Jeffrey. The Ministry of Finance portfolio, in my humble view, it doesn't need an actor or an actress. It needs somebody who is diligent, somebody who is able to get the job done. And I think because we saw Nigel, if it was for theater, then we could give Nigel a big prize because he has really learned the art of being theatrics in his presentation. We saw him. We saw all sorts of things that he did, bring a whole ream of paper, whatever, and so on, and just put things out there in a very, very, Jeffrey?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, in a very highfalutin way. So we want more of a steady hand there. So if Favour is coming with a more steady hand, and so on, then I would choose her any day over Nigel Clark, because I don't think that a part of Nigel Clark in the Ministry of Finance is really charisma. And I hear that argument about Nigel Clark being there and, he with bravado and so on. Favour is of quiet demeanor. And as I said before, I like her. The other things that we also have to bear in mind, Jeffrey, is that it shows that the bench in the Labour Party is very shallow. Very, very shallow indeed. Although they have 49, 48, to include the Prime Minister with 49, the bench is very shallow. They don't have a deep bench in terms of pulling people. Because here it is. You have Nigel Clark, who gone. and you have to now move a Favor Williams from education. You know, also have to move Dean from there. You can't see anybody out of that bench that the JLP has to really matriculate in position. I was anticipating that, you know, maybe, well, I don't know I don't hear the full junior ministers or whatever from the Prime Minister, but I was always thinking that Currency Morrison, with her background in education and so on, you know, someone who I understand is getting some things done in her constituency up there in the hills of St. Catherine, northeast St. Catherine. I was anticipating that maybe she would get some promotion even at a junior ministry level in education. I don't know if she will be sent there to assist Dr. Dixon, Dana Dixon, right? I don't know if she will be sent there, but she is one that I think, you know, is overdue for a little promotion. But then again, maybe she is not, she doesn't meet the criterion of the fit for the Jamaica Labour Party. She no match up like a Matthew Samuda, you know, she not a Browning, as it were, and all of those sort of things. Right? So no, it's a fact, and I believe that Currency and Morrison have been given have been dealt with very, very harshly. You know, I think that she and I am aware of much more that I could say, but I reserve those because I don't think I want to really go there. But all in all, I believe that Currency Morrison is someone who should be brought into the executive of the government at even a junior minister level, you know. But let's see what will happen. But there are so many other things, Jeffrey, that we're seeing as well. If I don't know if you want us to spend any more time on that, or you want me to segue into something.
Because what I want to segue into, the Prime Minister has announced 4 by-elections: Clarendon, St. Andrew, the former Speaker, Marissa Danford Burt, constituency of Southern Trelawney, and also St. Thomas. It is this constitutional due next year, Conrad, and we're spending money.
All right. The truth is that let's analyze them in this fashion.
Yes.
We're talking about 2 scenarios here. We just had a local government election.
True.
So it's about 4 years. We have 3 years and what about the election was in February?
Yes.
So we have about 3 years and 6 months to go for a local government election. Therefore, you would want to keep the division void of their representative. As a matter of fact, I believe that they take much too long to call the one out St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Right? To call the one out St. Thomas. So that is, you know, so I am quite happy that those 2 by-election indeed called. As it relates to the 2 central government seats, the one Nigel Clark seat that is the departed from, and also in South Trelawney. One could look at it and say, all right, fine. General election is due a little bit under a year, so why not just wait for the general since you're there? But a year or 10 months is a long time, a fairly long time still, for you to have the people in those constituencies without a representative. So I am not going to squeal too much about it. What I'm saying here, Jeffrey, and I want to go on record to say this, that I believe that the People's National Party, under the leadership of Mark Jefferson Golden, the man Marky G, the man who I, Conrad O'Brien, gave that name to, dub him as Marky G. I am the one who coined that for Mark, right? I'm saying that I believe that himself and the People's National Party must be bold. They have already stated that they will contest the 2 local government elections. They said that early in the piece, so that's not in question. I'm going further.
Hold on. You're saying that they will contest Trelawney and St. Andrew seat?
No, I'm saying to you that they said from day one that they will contest the local government elections. That is to say the St. Thomas on the Clarendon and the Indian Town division. Right? But I am going further now to say that I believe that although they have said early in the piece that they would not contest any by-election at the central government level, I am want to go on record to say that I believe that they should indeed contest South Trelawney. I can understand them decide that say we're not going to contest Nigel Clark's seat, but based on what I am aware of in South Trelawney at this time, I believe it would be a colossus, a monumental mistake for the People's National Party not to contest the South Trelawney seat at this time, based on the level of work, the machinery that is in South Trelawney at this time. I have been there myself. I have conducted quite a bit of interview, and I believe it is the best chance for Paul Patmore and the People's National Party to take that seat. My humble view, or my deep analysis, is that failure to contest this seat and allow, whether it's Marissa or any other person, to come back in uncontested, it will be all over by the shouting for the People's National Party in that constituency. The PNP must be bold, go out there, put the muscle and whatever else behind a Paul Patmore, who is a love person, a shining star at this time in that constituency, and fight it tooth and nail. And it is also important, Jeffrey, that you have 4 elections that are taking place. I'm sure that the constituency that is departed by Nigel Clark, it will not go uncontested. The PNP may not contest it.
And why is that so, Conrad? Why wouldn't they do that? Hello? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. We have lost Conrad O'Brien. He has to try a new location. Or is me? Conrad? We have lost Conrad O'Brien. Let's speak to Conrad O'Brien from New Start 93 FM. Asking him some questions about the by-election that is coming up. I wanted to ask him about the general election that is coming up also. Conrad? We're trying to reconnect from New Start 93 FM. Conrad?
Yes, Jeffrey.
We lost it there. Continue.
No, I was saying that, I was just continuing on the same saying. I believe that South Trelawney is in play for the People's National Party at this time. And, my humble view, if I was to advise Mark Golden, I would say to him, be bold. Go out there, contest these 3 seats, the 2 local government seats that you have made a commitment that you will contest, and throw into the mix South Trelawney at this time. Because I believe that indeed, if the PNP don't go for South Trelawney now, it will be much, much more difficult for them to take that seat if whether it is Marissa or anybody else goes into that constituency and become the member of parliament for the Jamaica Labour Party. There's also something else, Jeffrey, that I want to look at. As I said, I gather. I don't have a confirmation on it,
Yes.
But I'm hearing that the standard bearer there will be Marissa Dalrymple.
Yes,
That's what you're hearing?
Yes, the Prime Minister said it. What the Prime Minister said at the conference this morning, news conference this morning, is that on popular demand, the people of Southern Trelawney is calling for Mama D. That she's dubbed as Mama D.
But you see, and that's where, and that is the situation now, Jeffrey. And I am awaiting civil society, academia, that is to say, the University of the West Indies, UTech, all the teachers' colleges across the length and breadth of Jamaica, NCU. I'm expecting the private sector organization, the church, the Council of Church. I'm expecting to hear their voice. Marissa Dalrymple resigned as the Speaker and also as Member of Parliament under a halo of cloud. As far as I'm aware, that cloud has not been cleared. I don't know. So how do you, and the Prime Minister have to be careful here, how do you reinsert such a person? How do you do it? And that's where I believe that Jamaican people must make their voice loud and clear. It can't be any criminal, whether incarcerated or outside, could be called on to take any seats in Jamaica by popular demand. Are you going to acquiesce and give in to the people for that? We can't run a country like that, Jeffrey.
And not only that, in a Canada, Brian. When you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
Yes, Conrad. When the People's National Party announced that Isaac Buchanan was going to be up in East Portland, a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, a well-known member of the Jamaica Labour Party, who is a minister, went and I think he was coming from Jamaica House with a news conference. That is a shame and disgrace that the People's National Party gonna put up a well-known drugs convict. The man never committed a crime in Jamaica.
That is so. That is so, and we must also bear in mind that the crime that Isaac is said to have committed in the state that took place when he was, could say, just coming out of childhood. I think it happened when he was about 20 or 21 years old. Yes. You know, so that is, and the truth is that Isaac has been, forgiven by our legal system here in Jamaica, and he is indeed a practicing attorney. I am just saying that the fact that Marissa Dalrymple would have breached here in Jamaica, and she had to give way as the Speaker of the House, and she think it was so egregious. She thought it was so egregious that she stepped down also as Member of Parliament, where she was never under any compunction to resign as Member of Parliament. But she saw it fit so to do. She has not been cleared as far as I understand it. So why would she be reinstalled? But one of the things that I understand as well, Jeffrey, is that Paul Patmore of the People's National Party, a man who won a division down there by over 65% of the vote as an independent, he is so popular that the JLP is hard pressed to find any candidate to go up against him. And they believe that their only chance and best chance is to bring back Mama D. So it's also against that background, Jeffrey, that I am saying that based on where Paul Patmore is at this time, do not allow, the PNP should not allow the seat to go uncontested, because the win is in the sale of Paul Patmore and the People's National Party now. Look at it, Jeffrey.
Yes.
If the 9 percentage point lead that show is done on poll on Sunday really means a lot.
Yes, it does.
Really mean a lot.
Because
then the PNP will go out there and strutted stuff and contest the South Toronto constituency now. That I know that Paul Patmore is eager to contest and will be happy to contest a by-election there. I know that is a fact. So I'm hoping that the PNP does not muzzle him and announce that coincides 2020 vision. We had said that we would not, they said that they would not contest any by-election at the central government level. But after a careful examination, they are going to contest 1 out of 2 of the central government election, and they will also be contesting the 2 local government seats. I think that's the direction that Marky G and his People's National Party should be looking at and going. I expect that there will be caucusing now. I tried to reach out to Paul Patmore since the announcement. I haven't gotten a call to him. So, but I've spoken to other people who he had spoken to since the news broke. So I know where his thought processes are. And indeed, I am hoping that before the close of play, that is for the end of the evening, I'll be able to have word with him. I'm also hoping that come Monday at 10:10, I'll be able to have him as my spotlight guest and straight up News Talk 93 FM, God's willing.
I want to ask you this question, though, Conrad O'Brien. Northwest St. Ann.
Yes.
Senator Gabriela Morris. You're using a young, vibrant, young Portia Simpson Miller. And she's done.
Well, let me just say that frankly speaking, Gabby is my good friend, is someone that I really like, and I love her energy. But I've long said that, listen, the person that I see in the People's National Party as a young Portia Simpson Miller is really Attorney at Law Zalika Jett, who is representing down there in Northeast St. Elizabeth. That's not to take away anything from Gabby. But what is exciting and good is that the PNP seems to be throwing up quite a few young, dynamic, live wire candidates. Zalika Jess, Gabby, and also Nikisha Burchell. Those are 3 that comes to mind readily. There's also the other young lady there in St. Elizabeth. She is also there in the mix, and quite a few other, ladies are there. Some of them not so young, but when it comes to that trio that I just mentioned there, Zalika, Gabriela, and Nikisha Burchell, I have a lot of time for them, and I believe that Duke Street should be rich and looking quite dynamic for the next general election, with those 3 names that I just called, be among the number on the PNP side walking up Duke Street. I have no doubt at all that all 3 of them will emerge as Member of Parliament after the dust settled after in 2025, because I know it's 2025 the election will be called. I don't even believe that the Prime Minister will be, contrary to what some people are saying, I don't think that the Prime Minister will be going for a general election in Q1 of 2025. Q1 meaning the first quarter of the year. I don't think he will be going. I think we will be more seeing an election in maybe Q2, and the PM is going to try and milk this thing and pull it out as much as possible. He's going to try and say whatever he can do, knowing fully well, in my view, that the people seems to have already turned their back on him and looking forward to Mark Justice Golden and the PNP. From all accounts, we have seen here, and I'm now going by the polls, whether it is the Blue Dot or Mark Wignell poll, because even though the Blue Dot poll recently shows a dead heat with the PNP and the JLP, what it shows is that the momentum is with the PNP. The PNP is rising. The tide is rising with the PNP. But Dan Anderson poll have basically carried them over the hump, and there is a clear trend, Jeffrey, has developed now. You can when there is a one poll, then you say, well, this may be a blip. But when you have 3, 4, 5 polls that basically showing you're consistently moving, then certainly that's a trend. And that's where it's at with the People's National Party at this time. It's also showing one area that Mark was behind in terms of favorability. He has now surpassed the Prime Minister in terms of favorability. Yeah. The polls have also been showing consistently, both of them, that the country is going in the wrong direction. So when you put all of those things together, it shows that the PM, Andrew Michael Rodham Brogard Holness, is certainly underwater. And the People's National Party, under the leadership of Mark Jefferson Golden, Marky G, is rising rapidly.
Let me ask you this question, Conrad. Who is the PNP caretaker for South St. Elizabeth? Southwest St. Elizabeth?
Southwest, I think that's that's a constituency that includes Junction.
I think so. That's Norman Scott.
Yeah, Norman Scott, he was announced last week. Was it last week?
Yes.
Yeah, last week, yes, Sunday or Saturday, I think.
I brought that live on the channel, yes.
And certainly he was given a very, very warm welcome. It was a massive a massive showing there. And that seat.
They're saying that Norman is from southeast.
Southeast. Yeah. Okay, so the other seat that you're talking about, that's where Fried Green is.
Okay, so if Fried Green is in West Central.
Southwest, yeah, that's right. And there's a dynamic young lady there as well. Oh gosh. Wow. Oh, my good friend, I hope she's not upset with me. Her name just eluded me. Oh gosh. So such an embarrassment. Senior moment here.
One of the reasons why I asked you, Conrad O'Brien, is because I need to get in contact with somebody.
Miranda. Her name is Miranda. She's an educator. Teacher by profession.
I need to speak to her as soon as I can get to speak to her, because the people of South St. Elizabeth is feeling Southwest is feeling the pans of hell from Barbara Green. And why I say that is because they're calling me. There's a lady who is on the platform here listening to me now. She don't have a roof over her head, Conrad. And when she goes to the constituency office, they're telling her to go away because she's a PNP.
Wow. Well, what happened? I'll be able to forward. I can forward her number to you. I should have that number, and you'll be able to talk to her. She's a very conscientious person, and I think that she will give a listening ears to the person. Of course, you know that she is not in government, so there's not much that she would be able to do by way of state resources, but maybe she can point her in a particular direction and so on. Because of course, South St. Elizabeth was really hard hit, and we gather that there's still a lot of people who are without roofs and so on and so forth at this time. So I'll be happy to share her number with you.
I would appreciate it.
And let me just take this time out as well, Jeffrey. To I don't know who you refer to as Bubble Green. The Minister of Agriculture.
The Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Floyd Green.
Yeah, but let me say this. I always like to treat them with and give them the honor they deserve. The Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Floyd Green, who is a member of Parliament, good friend of mine. Somebody who I had in my program up to about 4 weeks ago. There's a feature talking livestock, and he was the person who opened that feature there. So I have some time for him, and I am imploring him to talk to his constituency office, because this is sometimes, Jeffrey, these low level people in the constituency office or in the politics, they behave a particular way. And what they do, they give the member of parliament and both sides of the aisle, they give them bad names. So I am asking Floyd Green, you're saying that the lady had gone to the constituency office and they actually run her away from the constituency office so they can do nothing for her because she's PNP?
That's what I was. Miss Daphne, you're in the chat room. Tell me what's going on. You went to the member of parliament.
Maybe she don't want to be. If she want to.
Hold on, Conrad. Hold on. She has been talking up on the chat room here for many days now. She's not afraid to talk.
Okay.
She come whenever she can. I want to know, did you go to the constituency office and they told you they can't help you? Or did you speak to the minister himself? Did you speak to the member of parliament himself, Floyd Green? Or to the constituency office? I can't remember what he said to me. So can you tell me what?
As I said, Jeffrey, I can understand she doing, but let's look at the solution because she need help. So what we'll do, you can do one of two things. You can get her number, send it to me. I can send that over to the candidate, and and also I will try and see if I can also talk to Minister Green on her behalf as well, if I get the information. So you can feel free to share the information with me. Jeffrey, I have an appointment Yes. So I'm going to take my leave of you, my brother. But it was really a pleasure talking to you. And again, let me just close off by saying that I am wishing the newly minted Minister of Finance, Favor Williams, all the best, because we want things to happen for Jamaica. We're aware that a lot of things that have been happening. The opposition leader and his shadow spokesperson, they have suggested an ease of about 2%. That will basically free up about $40 billion or so, that will be able to get some things going in the economy, so that could move the country further along the trajectory in terms of infrastructure development. Let's see if she will take that on board, or she will continue, on this very, very tight path that Nigel was on. And I also want to close out finally by saying that I am urging the People's National Party to contest those two municipal seats that they said they will be contesting. So those are not in question, but I'm adding to the grid South Trelawney. I believe they should contest South Trelawney. I think it's the best chance for Paul Patmore and the People's National Party to take that one. And failing to contest this seat, I think that they will be throwing it out of the reach of Patmore and the PNP, should Dalrymple or any other person being allowed to run uncontested. That's my humble view, Jeffrey.
Yes. Conrad O'Brien from New South 93 FM. Thank you for coming on, sir.
All the best. God bless you, man.
God bless you. Thank you. The numbers to call into the program is 954-529-8030. Miss Daphne, you're calling, you can call back. 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to call into the program. A lot of people are saying that you're correct, Lloyd. that the member of parliament is an MP for both PNP and JLP people? You're correct. Miss D, let me call back Miss D. Nine 545 Miss D, welcome back to the program.
Yes, Mr. Jeffrey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Listen to me. Can you tell us, did you go to the minister himself, to the member of parliament himself, or to his office?
He came right where my house destroyed. He came right there and he said he don't respond for that division because he's not the MP for that division. And then he said to me that I can go to his office and set down my name. I do that. And then I went and registered with Mr. Mackenzie. He was in Black River, and I went there and registered with them, and I went to the NIS office in Santa Cruz and registered just the same way.
Hold on there for me now. You saw
Miranda Wellington, Miranda Wellington, that young lady, if she get into parliament, then I sure we have no problem. Because she came and gave out some package one day when I wasn't there. And she went and she set down names for some people to get zinc on board. I wasn't in that group because she said she's not a member of parliament, so she can only set down some names. She's not sure if they're gonna get it. Well, 5 people get. I wasn't there for her to set down my name or get nothing at all. I have not received nothing at all from none of them.
But what you're saying to us on the Make We Talk program is that
Yes,
you, Miss Daphne, I'm not calling you.
Yes, sir.
Went to
Yes,
Minister Floyd Green, the member of parliament for that area
Yes,
where he is. And he said to you what?
He said he's not. He don't respond for that side of the road. That means because he's a laborite and the other side is PNP, and I have witnessed it. That's what he said. He is not from, he don't respond for that side of the road. He don't respond for the people them over there. So
hold on now. Beryl never blow up on JLP side too.
no, sir, no, it's only the PNP them side it go on. But nobody at all not getting anything, neither on the JLP side nor the PNP side. Nobody not getting any help in that area. Everybody keep calling, and when you call the office, they're not answering the phone. They give out numbers so you can call the office to find out whatever help come, and we're still not hearing from none of them. Neither Labour nor PNP not getting anything. On our side, I hear say other communities getting things, but not in our side. Neither JLP nor Labour, right? Nobody not getting anything.
And all this lady is asking for, I'm gonna have a program with her, and I keep on saying I have a program with her. Is it because I need to sort out something with this thing here? I'm gonna have a program with her. I'm gonna put up all what she has sent to me. All this lady is asking for is some money to buy some cement and figure out how to get a job, and also to pay the workmen. And Minister Green gonna tell the lady that you're not responsible for that side of the road. And when they call you know say lie the lady they tell. Dear God Almighty. Go ahead, Miss Daphne. What are you saying?
If I get a job in Mr. Jeffrey, because minimum wages in Jamaica, honestly, the little that I save and buy those material, I save from $8,000 a week, and then I went to Bahamas and get a job over there, but that job didn't last for any time. That's also, if I get a good job, can do my things if there's no help, because it's not like I was sitting down and depend on any politician or anybody to build me a house. You understand? I always working, but there comes a time when it's hard. It's hard.
Oh God in heaven.
The Prime Minister who only said that minimum wages is $15,000 a week, and some people them don't even want to pay the 15,000. I do an interview with a lady the other day, and she go make me know say she not paying more than $12,000, and people come at them yard and eat out whatever them provide. How can you want somebody to do a living job with you and you don't want to pay not even the minimum wages, and then you're gonna talk about the food that people come into your house and eat just the same way?
It's the people like those, I don't know. It's hard everywhere, everybody's crying. But I don't understand this. The government of Jamaica get money. The government of Jamaica get money from overseas. They get 200,000 US dollars from the Cayman Islands for the people of St. Elizabeth who's affected by Beryl.
Well, we're not getting anything, and yes, maybe they will tell you, say them don't say this and them don't say that and them don't say anywhere. Right now, the guys, the people them from Kingston who helping my sister, every day them come to work, them say they cannot see why the government treating we like this. Every day those people come and work at my sister house. Even yesterday I was talking to one of the guys and he must say to me, say, boy, it is so hard. Because them don't see why the government don't come out and help you and him get the money to help.
You see how wicked and caring these people are. They're not taking money.
And those people are not even government people, because I even said to one of the guy Monday, say, if it is from the government and if Mr. Andrew going to come and cut the ribbon for the house, him say, oh no, Mr. Andrew have no government, have nothing to do with this. This is our money. It is charity, yes, but not from any politician. That's what the people them said to me.
Tell us something now, Miss Daphne. You lost your house. How much you was living in the house? Talk to me.
I have my two sons was living there. Yes, sir. And then it was a 2-bedroom with veranda, but I did change out the border for the veranda because I have plans for the house. You know, I was trying to move it stage by stage to build concrete, and then I do the veranda first, and then was going to take it from there, and then I lose everything.
And you have your parents to be with you too?
No, my parents, they live by themselves, but we are on the same land because the land that the house built from, I got it from my stepfather. And we all live on the same land, but we are very close, so I have to work and help maintain them. Because none of them cannot work.
So they lost their house too?
No, their house is okay, but my other sister stayed there with them. My other youngest sister that lost her house, she lived there with them, so there's nowhere for me to stay there.
I know that I can't remember the Friends of Jamaica or whatever. They were on a let's connect conversation with the Jamaican ambassador to Washington, D.C.
Yes, sir.
They announced a certain amount of money that they had to send down to the government of Jamaica to help with the burial hurricane victim people in St. Elizabeth and Manchester and Clarendon.
No, sir, nothing at all. And it's not even me alone. It's not me alone last house. It's 3 of us down there where the house completely went down because they are bored. It's not like I am the only person, and that's why I said on the program yesterday, say I don't want to talk for myself alone. You know, because it's not me alone in this thing. And it would be so selfish for me to talk just to myself. But some people don't even want to come out. Because even there was a lady, I think it was, I don't remember if it was TVJ who got on there, and this lady, it was on YouTube. The lady was talking about it, and the guy was on it, and him like him hiding face. When him house go down, when he should have come up straight to the camera and talk about it, him attack and not turn him face like him afraid to talk. And things like these, you need help. You don't afraid to come out and talk because it's not we send hurricane and damage ourselves or nothing like that.
And if money is sent from the diaspora and from government around the world and in the region, in the Caribbean region, to help with the people. The money must be given to the people. The money wasn't sent for Labour Party members or PNP members. It was sent for every Jamaican.
And that guy was in the video talking and hiding him face is one of my son's father. And it's like he don't want to talk in the camera. He feel like him fame to talk on the camera, so him lose whatever him have. You know, it's like, there's no help for us. We don't know. I was just talking to somebody a while ago. You know, I talked to a labor right guy in Kingston the other day, and you hear what that man tell me, say, if you're not PNP, you're not supposed to call to Andrew Fonis or look to Andrew Fonis for nothing because you're not PNP. Make one of the to PNP come.
That's a damn idiot. That's a damn fool. What they fail to understand that the money that is at Jamaica House, the money that is at Bank of Jamaica, it don't belongs to PNP or JLP, it belongs to the people of this country.
I said, yes, I am a PNP, and I'm not going to say, yes, I am a PNP, because if there wasn't any PNP, there could never be Labour right, and if there is not Labour right, there could never be PNP, because maybe them things says on the Labour right vote and put in Andrew Honis. When one loses, the other party vote them out and make the other one go in. That is what them feel now.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something. I've been trying from last night. I make some calls. Everybody's complaining. But I don't understand. Money was sent to Jamaica. Container of stuff was sent to Jamaica. Money was sent down there. Why is it that they're doing this to the people? Why?
I don't know, I just don't know. I just don't know. I just hoping to get a job that I can help myself to do what I wanted to do. I just.
Everybody right now, I don't know. I'm gonna reach back out to Conrad Bryan from the reach back out to Floyd Green.
Yes, sir.
Let me talk to you off here because I need a number from you, but I want to talk to you off here. I need a number
Okay.
from you. All right, so I'll call you.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Bye.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Daphne. Bye.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Wow. This is what is going on in our country, Jamaica. The land of wood and water. This is we're going to end the program for today. Remember to join us. I think I may come on later on tonight. I'm not sure. Today is Wednesday. No, I won't come on tonight because my friend is coming on tonight with his program. So I won't come on. If there's any other breaking news that I need to come on with, then I will come on with it. But for now, it's been a long morning. I want to say thank you all for coming on. Thank you all for being a part of the Make We Talk program. And Minister Floyd Green, if by any chance you're here in this program, sir, anybody here in this program, sir, who can send it to him? The people of South St. Elizabeth is in need of help. There's a lady who I have her number. If you see her house, I'm gonna put up this thing on. I didn't. It is not in the gallery and the computer for me to put up the pictures. Them, but I'm gonna do so to show that this woman is not lying. She is not lying. She's in need of help. She is in need of help. And I don't understand how is it that you all get money. When you're sleeping on a good bed. When you all get money. What is going on? Why when disaster hit Jamaica and the people must get their things, it's a problem? Why when disaster hit Jamaica and things to be given out is a problem? Why? My God. I want to say thank you all for coming on the program. Thank you all for being a part of the program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Remember to hit the bell icon to know when we're live, when we go live. And also, when you come on in, even before you go, you can hit the super chat. Hit the super chat to donate to the program. Thank you all very much. May God bless you. May God bless Jamaica, land we love. Just to let you know, everybody's saying it's still news that Jamaica has a new Minister of Finance. a new Minister of Education, and by-elections for 4 constituencies is coming up on November 22nd. The Jamaica Labour Party will have their conference in November also. Election is constitutionally due in 2025. Let's see what's going to happen. Thank you all very much for coming on. God bless you. May God bless Jamaica land we love. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.